If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 101. Chapter 101. Chieftain, Sir. Fugaku-san, why are you here so early in the morning? And why didn't you let me know you were coming? The next morning, Kaito woke up to realize it was already nearing 10. Thankfully, his current pressures were relatively light, affording him the luxury to slack off a bit. What he hadn't expected, however, was to see Uchiha Fugaku and a dutiful Sasuke standing at his door after he had finished his morning routine. This left Kaito somewhat dumbfounded, but he nevertheless greeted them with a smile. Fugaku had performed quite well the night before, which had essentially earned him Kaito's trust. Though Kaito hadn't asked him to confront Uchiha Itachi, there was a saying that went something like this. The intent to knife someone is impossible to hide in one's eyes. He couldn't ignore the icy, alien look in Itachi's eyes. Furthermore, Fugaku had gone out that night to help Kaito find Naruto, even confronting Sarutobi Hiruzen with him. In essence, he had decidedly aligned himself with Kaito. It was only natural for Kaito to treat him kindly now, although he had seemed a little absent-minded in the original story. It wasn't out of the question that this was due to his circumstances. Kaito had given him hope, shown him the person who had betrayed the Uchiha clan 8 years prior, and set a direction for him to follow, which naturally induced some changes in him. The chieftain was resting, and I could not presume to disturb him. Fugaku replied, shaking his head modestly before speaking. Moreover, the chieftain has been overworking these past few days and deserves a proper rest. Waiting for a while was the least I could do. You've worked hard. Kaito originally wanted to say, don't be so polite when you speak, but thought better of it. So, you must have some business with me this early, right? With that, Kaito's gaze shifted to Sasuke, suspecting that Fugaku's visit might be about the youngster. Sasuke wasn't home that night, presumably detained because of issues with his studies, so he hadn't witnessed the events of that evening. Kaito was curious as to why Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't thought to hold Sasuke hostage and negotiate with him. However, after some thought, he found no satisfying answer, but as long as the boy was unharmed, that was all that mattered. What Kaito didn't quite understand was why Fugaku had brought Sasuke here. Could it be to confirm how foolish Uchiha Itachi was? However, once Sasuke spoke up, Kaito realized his assumption was incorrect. Chieftain, sir. Sasuke still seemed a bit uneasy. After all, he used to be the son of the chieftain, and now, for some inexplicable reason, he had lost this status. Even though he didn't have many thoughts on the matter, he always felt something was off. However, these were minor issues. Right now, he had more important things to say and do. He had learned about everything that happened that night through his father. He truly couldn't believe that his most beloved older brother could do such a thing. Only after his father confirmed it, and informed him that his brother was acting with the person who had attacked the Konoha and unleashed the Nine Tails 8 years ago, did he feel a deep sting in his heart. Even if he truly couldn't understand, he knew one thing. A person who intends to exterminate their entire clan and who associates with unforgivably wicked people. Especially one who wants to kill his father. From that moment, his so-called older brother was completely dead to him. Although at this time, Uchiha Itachi didn't have the opportunity to exterminate the entire clan. But for the Uchiha clan, who values love deeply and critically, this kind of betrayal is unimaginable. At least, Sasuke himself couldn't imagine what he would become if he lost his family, lost his parents. This emotional and familial betrayal filled Sasuke's heart with disgust. Even now, he could still recall how the clan members looked at him with unsettling eyes these days. In this moment, he seemed to understand what it was like for his classmate, that Naruto fellow, who always faced such an environment and such stares. Sasuke didn't know how Naruto managed to endure those stares, but he knew he could absolutely not accept or withstand them. Especially when such stares came from his own clan members, he found them even harder to bear. He knew that what his so-called brother did was not just a betrayal, he had also disgraced the honor of the Uchiha clan. Hence, he made a decision, one approved by his father. With that in mind, Sasuke took a deep breath, lowered his head, and gradually sank down, eventually falling to one knee. I hope that the chieftain will accept me as a disciple. I wish to learn from the chieftain and gain sufficient strength to kill Itaki. To kill this outcast, this one who brought shame to the clan's honor. Hey! Kaito, somewhat dumbfounded, stared at Sasuke kneeling on the ground, then automatically lifted his gaze to meet Fugaku's. Uchiha Fugaku, too, was bowing slightly with his head lowered. His demeanor made his stance quite clear. This left Kaito feeling a bit overwhelmed. Not because he was unwilling, but because he had no experience teaching students. Of course, even if he did have experience, he would still feel conflicted. After all, the world of Naruto is a deeply problematic one. Or rather, it was a world filled with fine traditions that gave Kaito a headache. That is, a student might very well take out their own teacher. Just think about those well-known characters. Orochimaru killed his teacher, the third Hokage. Uchiha Obito took out his teacher, Minato Namikaze. Pain even killed his own teacher, Jiraiya. And Sasuke had even taken a swing at both Kakashi and Orochimaru. This lad really was outstanding when it came to this fine tradition. However, Kaito also understood that it was Sasuke's environment and mindset that shaped his future actions. Besides, the boy was only 7 or 8 years old. Now was an excellent time to cultivate his worldview. As long as he was guided well, this lad would indeed be a tremendous asset in the future, and Kaito indeed planned to change the educational environment within the clan. After some consideration, Kaito said, "I can accept you as a disciple, but I'm not sure if that guy is still alive. Furthermore, being my disciple won't be easy, because I'll be assessing you in various ways. I'll teach you the contents of these assessments. Although they aren't combat skills, they're very important for you and everyone else. You need to think all this through because, to me, being a good person is more important than being a good ninja." "Chieftain, I'm willing." Sasuke lifted his head at this moment and spoke with unwavering conviction. "After learning about what that man did, I've resolved that as long as he's alive, I will take him out myself. To recover the lost honor of our clan, to wash away the humiliation of my father, my mother, and me. Even if he is dead, I'm still willing to follow the chieftain. No matter how difficult, no matter how tough the days may be, I will strive, I will persist. Please guide me, chieftain." Seeing Sasuke's determination, Kaito couldn't help but nod. He had thought before that if Uchiha Itachi were still alive, he would let Sasuke handle him. Now that Sasuke had volunteered, Kaito really didn't have much reason to refuse. Plus, he knew this was Uchiha Fugaku's way of showing sincerity. There was no need to undercut Fugaku. Most importantly, Kaito planned to implement a new educational system within the clan. He thought the effects of adults coming into contact with this new system might be average, but a child like Sasuke could provide very meaningful feedback. Chapter 102, Chapter 102. After confirming that he would be taken as a disciple, Sasuke left the place alone. He was well aware that his father might need to have a talk with this newly appointed clan leader, and his presence would be considered disrespectful. Moreover, Sasuke swore inwardly that he must work even harder. These past couple of days, his father had spoken of this new clan leader. From his father's words, this newly appointed clan leader was exceptionally strong, even too strong for him to face. Furthermore, it was the clan leader who had turned the tide on that night, holding back the catastrophe at the clan's doorstep, protecting the clan. All of this stirred Sasuke's blood. The thought of all that man had done filled him with shame and anger. That's why he decided to take the clan leader as his teacher. It was the first time he had seen his usually reticent father praise someone so highly. "You've really found me quite the challenge, Fugaku-san." After Suzuki left, Kaito chuckled and spoke to Uchiha Fugaku. You know I have no experience teaching students, but prepare your youngest son well. Being my student won't be easy. Chieftain, I only have this one son. Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned somewhat serious as he said this with absolute sincerity. Suzuki is my only child. Besides him, I have no other children. Please, Chieftain, guide him to become a competent ninja. Uchiha Fugaku's determination made Kaito slightly uncomfortable, but he was thick-skinned and quickly diverted the topic. After all, he had already expelled Uchiha Itachi from the clan, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen had revoked his village citizenship. It was as if he was making things difficult for Uchiha Fugaku. The two of them chatted casually as they quickly arrived at the shrine. With so many things having happened these past few days, naturally, they had to talk things through. At the same time, Kaito intended to finalize some important matters. However, along the way, Uchiha Fugaku quietly shared his suspicions about Sarutobi Hiruzen with Kaito, which took Kaito by surprise. He never could have imagined in his wildest dreams that Uchiha Fugaku's imagination would be so extraordinary, managing to link Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tobi together. Ah, wait, that's not quite right. But on second thought, Kaito found it very easy to misunderstand if you didn't know the plot. Especially when Fugaku detailed everything he had seen at Naruto's house, this made Kaito rub his chin, wondering if he should use this matter to mess with Sarutobi Hiruzen in the future. Just as Kaito didn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen destroying the Anbu's data, he could always make up new data after it was destroyed. With Naruto's identity, the Danzu incident, the list of Anbu in his hand, and the evidence left by Danzu, he felt that with reasonable manipulation and cooperative individuals, they could use this to strike hard at Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, in the future. They might even manage to throw him into the abyss. While all of this concerns the future, it doesn't stop Kaito from deep contemplation. As a transmigrator, it's instinctual for him to plan 3 steps ahead and prepare for the unknown. For instance, even before he acquired the system, he could see the imminent trouble in his family, despite it not having occurred yet. But in a situation where his words had little weight and he couldn't make a change, he had already been preparing to flee. While this act might not appear commendable in retrospect, running away when one can do nothing is naturally justifiable. Would he be expected to just wait around for his demise? I am aware of this matter, but Fugaku-san, let's not spread the word for now. We need to deliberate on this slowly. I understand, Chieftain. After briefly discussing this matter, Kaito and Fugaku arrived at the shrine, where Shisui, Uchiha S, and Uchiha Tekaki had been waiting. They should have met to discuss matters yesterday, but Kaito had been held up with his own affairs. Therefore, at this meeting, Kaito directly addressed the 3 conditions he had obtained, as well as the details of yesterday's meeting and his encounter with Narashikaku. When he finished speaking, Kaito found that whether it was Shisui or Fugaku, or those other 2, all of their faces showed delight, admiration, and respect. In fact, upon reflection, Kaito immediately understood their feelings. Whether it was Uchiha Tekaki, who focused on a violent coup, or Uchiha S, who pondered peace and communication, what was their goal? Naturally, they wished for fair treatment of their clan in Konoha and for their clan to improve. Now, Kaito had not only eradicated Danzu, a despicable individual, but also procured 2 crucial conditions from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had caused such a significant loss for Sarutobi Hiruzen, allowing the clan room to grow. How could they not admire, rejoice, and respect the young clan leader before them? Especially Uchiha S and Uchiha Tekaki, they felt all the more appreciative in their hearts. Indeed, their choice of Kaito had been right. Being strong when strength was needed, and compromising when a deal was good, this was the premise on which Kaito was able to secure such favorable conditions. Moreover, Kaito was demonstrating through his actions that their choice was unequivocally correct. Gentlemen, perhaps we should all cool our heads a bit. Having discerned the reason for their expressions, Kaito couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Although I have obtained these resources and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen to cooperate with us, the ultimate practical effect depends on how we act. The external environment is as important as the internal one, but if we do not change ourselves, and achieve what we have set out to, then regardless of how much I insist on Konoha cooperating with us, the people in the village are no fools. In the end, our situation will remain the same. We understand, chieftain. The four of them immediately responded upon hearing Kaito's words. Good, as long as we all understand this, I believe everyone knows what we need to do next. Kaito gently tapped the table, and then continued in a serious tone. Firstly, I plan to reform the education system within the clan. This reform will involve adults, and especially children. Adults have a well-formed worldview, and though it may be possible to change their understanding and perception, it would be quite difficult. But it's different with children. Their understanding of the world is almost a blank slate, so it's crucial to teach them how to think and perceive correctly at this time. Secondly, we need to reform the guard department. We must establish a reasonable, legal, and compliant set of operating rules. This transformation is complicated and difficult, but it's something we must do. I have gained the authority to expand the guard department, and filling positions is inevitable. However, we should be prepared that initially, there might not be many willing to join. The reputation of the guard department is too poor, whether it's our own fault or that of the higher UPS in Konoha, it's an unalterable fact. Only when we improve ourselves, will people trust us, and be willing to join us. Here, Kaito paused slightly, then continued in a serious tone. This is an incredibly challenging task, and an equally difficult time. The difficulty of the external environment has temporarily subsided, but the transformation of the internal environment has just begun. Gentlemen, we need your help. Let us build a brighter future together. We're willing to follow the chieftain's command, for the greatness of Uchiha. Chapter 103, Chapter 103. Observing the fervent looks of the four men before him, Kaito subconsciously touched his lips, wondering if he had somehow grown a beard. It was the first time he realized his words held such sway. When he had tried to brainwash Shisui alone in the past, he hadn't noticed this ability. Nevertheless, with their assistance, many things could be made easier for Kaito. After all, in the reform of the clan's education, Kaito could only provide the concept, with the writing up of the rest dependent on them. Of course, once they were done writing, Kaito naturally had to review it thoroughly. Who knows what kind of mess they could potentially come up with. But Kaito felt that the clan's education reform was indeed an urgent matter. One look at Shisui was proof enough. The lad was a genius of the clan, but his understanding of the world was so lacking it gave Kaito a headache. Of course, his wasn't an isolated case, the whole ninja world seemed to be like this. But Kaito certainly didn't want his clan to continue in this vein, especially now that he was the clan chief. Hence, such reform is necessary. Establishing a correct worldview, teaching them to think and how to think, that's what's most important. Kaito didn't expect them all to become elites, since he didn't consider himself one either. He could only say that due to university entrance exams and course credits, he was forced to learn a heap of knowledge, which he had once complained bitterly about. But now he had to be grateful for having learned those things, and as the clan chief, he certainly didn't want his clan's people to be clueless about the basics. For instance, some people persistently fantasized without understanding the essence of things, then insisted they were right and blindly pursued their misguided path. This wasn't a strong will, and it wasn't even a case of not giving up until one hit the wall. It was more akin to needing hospitalization and likely not being released. In addition to this, reform of the guard department was also imperative. As Kaito had said, while the external environment's issues had been temporarily resolved, the key question was how to change ourselves for better integration. During the morning, Kaito had spoken at length with them. His feeling was that he seemed to have gone over a high school political science class again, like some knowledge from the simple dialectical materialism. But these basics, which nearly everyone knew and understood in his previous life, still left the four men before him somewhat bewildered. "Chieftain, could you be the reincarnation of an ancient sage? How else could you simplify such complex issues?" Uchiha asked with a somewhat dazed look. His view of Kaito had already begun to change. He had struggled for so many years, only managing to glean some logic and experience. But in just one morning, Kaito had voiced a good part of what he had spent half his lifetime learning. What's more, he knew that Kaito was still holding back, since from the beginning, he had stated that this was the simplest knowledge necessary for the clan's people to understand the world correctly. But the question is, how is any of this simple? It's all the essence. After all, this is knowledge that transforms a person's thinking. Even if the content is quite straightforward, and there isn't a lot of it. The key is it teaches a person how to think, and that's the most terrifying thing. However, fortunately, while the chieftain plans to teach them to understand the world, he also intends to teach them to love the clan, and to build and reinforce the connection between clan members and the clan. Uchiha Tekaki and Fugaku exchanged glances, all simultaneously coming to the same realization in that moment. Naturally, Kaito couldn't teach them how to think without considering the clan. What's more, he wasn't entirely happy with the clan's original practice of nurturing only the elite. Particularly their eye-based judgment system, which he viewed as utterly worthless. Without saying more, just looking at Fugaku is proof enough of how foolish their ideas were. Fugaku used to be the last in class, the clan didn't pay him much attention. And the result? Not only did he awaken the Sharingan, he bypassed the second stage and leaped to the Mangekyo Sharingan, ultimately becoming one of the most powerful bosses in the ninja world. Although this can't be generalized, Kaito can use rights and obligations to explain this point. And there are many aspects to rights and obligations, whether it's the relationship between children and parents or the clan and its members. A clan wanting more talent naturally needs to cultivate every individual from the start, regardless of their innate abilities. Even if they lack the ability to be ninjas, couldn't they contribute in other roles? In Kaito's previous life, there was a saying, there are 360 trades, and each has its master. Besides, he always understood one principle: if you want the horse to run, you must let the horse eat. How could there be gains without investment? Similarly, if the clan needs to build everyone's sense of unity and identification, and need clan members to maintain the clan's interests, they must take action. Only, why do I feel that what I have would be enough for an entire village? When Kaito had sorted all this out, he was startled to discover that the principles he had established seemed to be applicable not just to his clan. Even if applied to the entire Konoha, it might be quite effective, even though what he offered was only the basics. After much thought, Kaito concluded that what he had learned in his previous life was too advanced. This allowed him, a novice, to get by here, and even a small portion of his knowledge was beyond what others could imagine. Kaito's concept had the full support of Shisui, while Uchiha Fugaku didn't say anything, perhaps unsure of what to say. On the other hand, Uchiha and Uchiha Tekaki felt a bit troubled because Kaito's approach posed a financial challenge to the clan. However, they had no objections. Even though the Uchiha clan was not as affluent as in its early days, the businesses they controlled were still substantial. So, drafting the new version of the clan's curriculum, as well as setting up the new clan reward system, will be entrusted to Elder S and Elder Tekaki. I will personally review it once it's finished. Yes, Chief. Neither of them objected to Kaito's request. After all, their desire was to improve the clan. Moreover, they understood why this task was assigned to them. In simple terms, they had more societal experience and could contribute much more. After laying out the preliminary framework for the clan's educational reform, Kaito began discussing issues related to the security department with them. Initially, Kaito's thoughts about the security department were not particularly significant. But he quickly realized he was terribly mistaken. In their conversation, Kaito discovered that the power of the security department seemed excessive. Chapter 104, Chapter 104. The power of the security department indeed seems excessively large, something that Kaito hadn't anticipated. He had never paid attention to the department before, but now things are different. When he became the head of the Uchiha clan, he naturally became the head of the security department, and naturally, he needed to study it. Upon this investigation, he immediately realized that the department was indeed startlingly powerful. The security department is not only responsible for maintaining the internal peace and stability of the village, but also for arresting criminals, determining their guilt, and overseeing their imprisonment. Even during wartime, they can organize and recruit manpower for war. Kaito thought back to his own summary of the powers held by the security department and was flabbergasted. What did this mean? According to Kaito's deconstruction, besides lacking legislative power, they had executive, judicial, and military power. Kaito had previously thought that the security department was at most a city management organization, a law enforcement agency, but now he realized it was a monster. How had the Uchiha clan managed to become what it was now with such a monstrous organization in its hands? So, what does the second Hokage mean by this? Isn't he extremely wary of the Uchiha? It's known that the second Hokage openly admitted that the establishment of the security department was to monitor the Uchiha and isolate them. But giving them so much power seems a bit off, doesn't it? However, Kaito, who had experienced the bombardment of social information in the present era, began to have some insights after careful thought. Granting such immense power is likely for the sake of village stability. After all, the village had just experienced the attack of Uchiha Madara, and the remaining Uchiha who did not participate may view this as a form of reward. Moreover, as one of the founding clans of Konoha, they are naturally prestigious, and giving them such power seems only natural. The most important factor, perhaps, is that the second Hokage was confident he could resolve some issues with his political acumen. Even if they were given such power, he could still strike back in other ways, then slowly reclaim those powers. And because the Uchiha held such great power, combined with their own character and the loss of their pillar, Uchiha Madara, wouldn't this cause dissatisfaction among other clans? Kaito silently pondered, feeling as if he had unraveled some truths. The second Hokage was undoubtedly a powerful political figure, confident enough to say, "I grant you this power in order to keep an eye on you." Such confidence is not something everyone possesses. Kaito thought that if given enough time, the second Hokage would have tamed the Uchiha, or completely dealt with them. Would there even have been a need to wait till now, and for things to have escalated to this point? As for being in such a state despite having such immense power, Kaito thought this was entirely the Uchiha's own problem. These guys had always been in a state of internal chaos, and while they held the security department in high regard, they seemed clueless about how to utilize it. The result was that they controlled an institution as monstrous as this but used it like a city management. They were even less effective than that. So, does the Konoha's high command led by Hiruzen Sarutobi want to exterminate the Uchiha not only because of inheriting the second Hokage's disdain for the Uchiha, but also to reclaim the power? Kaito wasn't sure if this was the case, but that didn't stop him from harboring this suspicion. The second Hokage was dead after all, and Kaito had no plans to resurrect him to interrogate. But Kaito knew that with these insights, he could indeed reform the security department, especially since he had wrestled power from Hiruzen Sarutobi to expand the department. No wonder when I wanted to expand the security department's power, the old man looked as if I was cutting his flesh. With that thought, Kaito felt an immense satisfaction. With this mindset, he arrived at the security department with Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui. While discussions could lead to many insights, Kaito felt some matters still required on-site inspection. And he also needed to seriously consider the path forward for the security department. Though I have to admit, the security department holds substantial actual power, this power stems from subordinates' obedience. Even when counting every Uchiha, they cannot effectively exercise all the power, so at this stage, it cannot be defined as a monstrous institution. It would be better to reposition it as a law enforcement agency serving Konoha from the ground up. Facing this reality was something Kaito had to seriously address. He couldn't lose his way because of the enormous power of the security department. The reputation of the security department had been tarnished along with the Uchihas. Now, the ultimate goal is to salvage it all. Therefore, the best way to gain positive public opinion in Kaito's mind is to show measured and compassionate law enforcement and to be responsible. These three are Kaito's current requirements for the security department. As for the future, he'll need to gradually reform it. Lord Clan Leader. When Kaito, Shisui, and Fugaku arrived at the security department, the members immediately revealed fervent expressions. Many of them had participated in that night's operation, and some were even reprimanded by Kaito. Naturally, they greatly admired and acknowledged their new clan leader. It seems there won't be any trouble with my takeover of the security department. After greeting them, Kaito laughingly said to Fugaku, who was looking at him seriously. Of course there won't be any trouble. I won't allow any to occur. Well, Kaito could now confirm that Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi were really similar. Both had the fervor of a devoted follower. However, having such a mindset was a good thing, as it further solidified his resolve to stand with Kaito. All right, you, Kaito chuckled, shaking his head. He patted Fugaku on the shoulder and said, "Don't be so serious. Also, I plan on making you one of the clan's elders. What do you think about working more closely with me? Thank you for your kindness, clan leader. I will not let you down." Uchiha Fugaku still kept a serious expression, which left Kaito feeling rather helpless. That's good. Kaito nodded, then didn't say much more. They both headed towards the interior of the security department. The security department was vast, but the entire department appeared very spacious. After all, some were responsible for prison supervision, while others patrolled the streets. This tight staffing made Kaito more certain that he should not expand the security department's authority yet. By the time they reached the head of the department's office, Kaito had everything figured out. He also had a rough idea of what the security department needed to do now, and how they should proceed in the future. Chapter 105, Chapter 105. Kaito's thoughts were actually quite straightforward. The security department was currently severely understaffed, and expansion with the current personnel was impossible. Moreover, Narashikaku's conservative attitude caused Kaito to seriously ponder a question: would the current security department be successful in recruiting? Perhaps at the civilian ninja level it might work, but this obviously did not align with Kaito's ideas. Moreover, Kaito could not guarantee the character of the people being recruited. Therefore, the most important thing for the security department was reform, starting with doing a good job of one's own duties. Once they had that right, they could turn around the Uchiha clan's poor image in the Konoha, and thus attract more talent. Kaito was seriously in need of talent, because he found a severe problem: the security department had pitifully few clerical staff. These clerical staff were basically a group of record keepers. They had no other practical use, which Kaito couldn't accept. The current definition of the security department by Kaito was as a law enforcement department, which naturally encountered many issues, such as maintaining public order, arresting and interrogating ordinary violators, and even sometimes having to deal with various types of petty disputes. Therefore, dividing the security department into several departments was imperative. This would make it easier for Kaito to manage and clearly define the specific work of each department. Instead of being a hodgepodge, or not having a project at all, like it is now. As for other things, Kaito had a plan in his heart. Since the security department had so much power, wouldn't it be reasonable to cover all the village's defense work in the future? Besides, we can also set up a court, as the security department itself has the function of sentencing criminals. I'm beginning to understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's feelings more and more. If there really were enough talents, setting up a court wouldn't be a problem for Kaito, because he indeed had the power to do so. The current trial mode is what? It's the Hokage's word. Of course, this is for serious crimes. If ordinary people's cases are sent to the security department, then the security department has the final say. But Kaito felt that this final say might also be a cause of dissatisfaction among the villagers. Who would feel comfortable if you arrested someone without explaining why? Yet with the Uchiha's proud nature, how could they explain? Over time, the discontented people became even more discontented. Add to this the Konoha's propaganda offensive, and then the reputation of the Uchiha clan and the security department could only continue its free fall. Kaito needed to change this, though for now it was simply through telling the person arrested why they were being arrested by the law enforcement of the police department. Once the court is established in the future, they could fully tell everyone why you were arrested, the reasons, and so on. This was not just about improving the overall image of the Uchiha and the security department. It was also about covertly seizing the Hokage's power. Of course, these were all future plans that Kaito would not speak of. Just him explaining his thoughts on the reform of the security department to Shisui and Fugaku was enough to make their heads spin. In the end, it was Fugaku, the former head of the security department, who felt like he was losing his patience. He finally spoke. Wouldn't such a reform be too abrupt? Our clan members might not be able to adapt to such changes all at once. I think we could take it step by step, perhaps that would be better. Predecessor Fugaku, I believe we should complete it all at once. Shisui thought for a moment before speaking. The clan head has always stressed that we need to change ourselves, and the security department is an important direction for us to demonstrate our new image. Although it seems abrupt, this is also our determination to show everyone that we are changing ourselves. It wouldn't be right for some people to follow the new regulations while others continue as before. I'm worried this would cause dissatisfaction among the members of the security department. I agree with Shisui's viewpoint. This matter cannot be delayed, Mr. Fugaku. Have all members of the security department prepare. At this point, Kaito spoke, smiling as he looked at Fugaku and slowly explained. Of course, although we require them to change all at once, they will have some room for adjustment. After all, our action guidelines haven't come out yet. We three must work hard on this matter. Not only do we need to set up new departments, but we also need to make the action guidelines. Yes, clan head. Shisui and Fugaku both nodded. Shisui was 100% supportive of Kaito. After all, Kaito had proved time and again that he was right. While Fugaku felt the magnitude of the task was a bit overwhelming, suddenly dividing up so many departments, the personnel issue would indeed be very prominent. However, he also believed in Kaito's vision and trusted that Kaito could handle it all well. At most, Fugaku would work a bit harder and apply to rejoin the security department to strictly oversee the implementation of Kaito's plan. Oh, there's another thing. Suddenly, Kaito remembered something about the Konoha prison. The prison must be managed separately. Don't let those serious offenders gather together. Those with minor offenses should not be left idle all day, exercising there. Get them moving, even if it's having them recite the laws of Konoha. If that doesn't work, have them produce some daily necessities. It can't stay as it is now. Kaito had sneakily done some recon in the Konoha prison yesterday. Even though he only went to the death row section, it didn't mean he hadn't seen the other areas. In his eyes, this was hardly a prison. A bunch of rogue ninjas and a group of arrested robbers lumped together, was that a good idea? Even if they were gathered together, you weren't getting them to expend their energy. If they had nothing to do, they would just exercise there. Or these guys would gather to exchange experiences. This was practically an offline industry forum, with countless criminal techniques being passed down among them. What was this equivalent to? Isn't this tantamount to certain specific criminals receiving collective empowerment from industry veterans here, potentially breaking existing technical barriers and ideological constraints? Doesn't this equate to achieving the axial transfer of criminal theory, conducting attribution analysis across all market categories, and then occupying the high ground in theoretical justification for product iteration? And then once they're out, launching a dimensionality reduction attack on the real ecological niche? So shockingly sycophantic of that previous lives, it's unexpected that Kaito could still be influenced after crossing over. If he wasn't in charge of this, he wouldn't care. But now that he is, he can't ignore it. In his eyes, this is hardly a prison, it's a dragon field for enlightenment. Kaito's words and his explanations made Shisui and Fugaku aware of the severity of the problem, and they both nodded simultaneously. However, Fugaku soon felt a greater headache, as such reforms would require mobilizing an unknown number of people. Most importantly, such reforms require a larger budget to complete. And the person controlling the budget is that old witch, Koharu Yudatan, an old classmate of the third generation in Danzo. Chapter 106, Chapter 106. Koharu Yudatan, that old witch, is truly irritating. Kaito originally thought he wouldn't have to deal with them so soon. After all, he had just taken down Danzo, and let the third Hokage and his interest group take a significant blow. Even if the other side would keep their promise to work, the hatred they harbor for him must have already reached its limit. As a result, they wouldn't break their promises to Kaito, but they would make it hard for him in every way outside of those agreements. And the major families had already had their fill in this incident, all digesting their respective spoils. Therefore, they wouldn't risk offending the Hokage's party for Uchiha, a person they had just included in their circle. Especially considering whether Uchiha had truly been accepted into their circle is still up for debate, since only Narashikaku of the Inoshikacho trio seems to accept him, while the attitudes of the others remain unknown. It seems that my plan to have these troublemakers produce things, engage in side businesses such as producing kunao, was indeed correct. Kaito rubbed his brow. He had always understood the importance of money, and now his understanding was even deeper. Anyway, when dealing with people like Hiruzen Sarutobi, it's like eating sunflower seeds in a toilet, how wide can you open your mouth? The discomfort of dealing with Sarutobi and his ilk was already as unbearable as being in a toilet, and asking them for help would be impossible. Kaito might as well find his own solution. In any case, let's take this matter slow. But what needs to be done must be done. If nothing else, get them to start making daily necessities directly. At least that can help offset some household expenses. It's much better than leaving them idle, or even having the time to exchange experiences and exercise. Kaito rubbed his head and finally gave this command. Both Fugaku and Shisui could only agree. If these problems hadn't been discovered, it would be fine. But now that the issues have been identified, it would be truly untenable not to do something. As for the troubles, there's nothing to be done. If there are difficulties, try to overcome them. What else can be done? Kaito could see their difficulties, but there was no way around it, unless he planned to use the family's budget for the security department. However, such a thing is obviously impossible. The security department is Uchiha's security department, yes, but it is actually affiliated with Konoha. Besides, the family needs money, too. Kaito doesn't plan to use the family's money to save this side. Therefore, the difficulties and troubles will ultimately fall on them. Fortunately, the three of them are mentally prepared, and they are all people with a strong inner resolve. They can pull through with persistence. Let's leave the matter of the security department for now. Although it's giving you both a headache, ultimately, we will have a good future. Kaito pondered for a moment, then revealed a smile. He made a hand signal to Shisui, which made Shisui pause. With a slight nod, Shisui quickly made a series of hand seals, and the next moment, a soundproof barrier appeared inside the office. Clan leader, this is... Uchiha Fugaku looked a bit puzzled at the scene. Having been on the battlefield, he naturally understood the meaning of the hand signals. He just didn't understand why they were being so cautious in the security department. The main issues have been discussed, so now we need to talk about some other equally important matters. And unless a new Manjiki Sharingan appears, these discussions are not for outsiders. This time, Kaito's expression became very serious, combined with the new Manjiki Sharingan he mentioned. Immediately, both Shisui and Fugaku realized that their following conversation would probably be of extreme importance. Clearly, they were about to discuss issues related to the Manjiki level, which certainly wouldn't be suitable for others to overhear. The power of the Manjiki is currently the strongest within the clan, and the difficulty of acquiring such power is truly unimaginable. Among the three of them, two have truly experienced such heart-wrenching feelings, gone through the sense of helplessness and despair. It's questionable whether anyone else could withstand such feelings, so it's truly miraculous that the clan has 3 pairs of Manjiki. Moreover, without the presence of the 3 Manjiki, during this standoff with Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't have listened to their explanations and might have ordered an attack right away. Such power has already created a gap from other Sharingan. Even if ordinary Sharingan users were to listen, it wouldn't be of any practical use. I understand, clan leader. Shisui and Fugaku exchanged a glance, then immediately replied, "We will not speak of today's matters to anyone. Don't be nervous, we are all Manjiki Sharingan users. I believe you can sense something as well." Kaito spoke with a smile, then he took out 2 scrolls from his ninja tool pouch. Opening the scrolls, the word "I" was written in the center of one, and 100 in the other. The appearance of these 2 scrolls made both Shisui and Fugaku somewhat curious, but then Kaito spoke, unsealing the "I" scroll as he did. "We all know, the Manjiki is a pair of dangerous eyes. It not only poses a danger to our enemies but also to ourselves. Long-term usage poses unimaginable harm to our eyes. However, this isn't something that cannot be changed. I remember the first method was used by Uchiha Madara, which is to use the eyes of a relative." With that said, a puff of smoke appeared, and an eyeball emerged on top of the scroll. As the eyeball emerged, Fugaku and Shisui immediately understood whose it was. They haven't forgotten that when Kaito dealt with the nameless man, he removed one of his eyes. Evidently, this eye belonged to that man. Kaito picked up the eye and handed it to Uchiha Fugaku, "Though it's only one, I think it will be useful. This eye is now yours." After saying this, Kaito directly handed the eye to Uchiha Fugaku, then shifted his gaze to the other scroll. "Besides this, I've been pondering what could reduce the Manjiki's consumption of chakra. It wasn't until the man who caused the Nine Tails incident 8 years ago appeared that I realized the answer might be found in him. 8 years ago, he controlled the Nine Tails and could remain untraceable, all while using his own jutsu. But after 8 years, his eyes didn't seem to have any issues, which piqued my curiosity. It wasn't until I chopped off his arm that I discovered something." Bam! With a puff of smoke, a pale arm appeared before the 3 of them. As soon as the arm appeared, Shisui and Fugaku noticed at once. This arm was completely formed from a kind of white flesh, even bone was not present inside. "This arm is unique, its vitality unimaginable. Even when I severed it, it showed no signs of problem. Moreover, the man's entire torso was made of this white substance, which led me to contemplate." Kaito glanced at the 2, then continued with a smile. "Perhaps because of this white flesh, that man could use his Manjiki without restrictions. So, I plan to establish a laboratory led by the 3 of us. And the purpose of this lab will be to use the material from this arm to unlock the limitations of the Manjiki." Upon saying this, Kaito paused for a moment before his expression turned serious. "Gentlemen, this is an opportunity for us, an attempt and breakthrough for our successors. Are you willing to take a risk with me, to join me in unlocking the limitations of the Manjiki?" "We are willing, clan leader." Chapter 107, Chapter 107. The establishment of the laboratory was a straightforward decision, without any difficulty. Because Kaito's words were compelling, especially since they had faced the mysterious Uchiha, they naturally understood his condition. The man's tactical skills were mediocre at best, if not for his constant use of Dojutsu to protect himself and his forbidden Izanaga technique. They would have had him completely under control or wiped out. Without the protection of space jutsu, it would be hard for such a man to survive. Moreover, he admitted that he was the culprit from 8 years ago, and given his control of the Nine Tails, a technique that massively drains chakra. 8 years later, he still has such use of his eyes, which inevitably raises doubts. Kaito's words persuaded them, and they indeed desired a solution to the eye problem. Using the Mangeki too much is certainly detrimental to one's eyes, which is likely why Uchiha Fugaku rarely dares to use it. As for Shisui, his usage is not particularly light, especially when he directly used 2 types of Kota Amatsukami against Obito, he probably felt it deeply. Thus, they didn't want to miss such an opportunity, especially as they needed to consider the future generations. If we can solve this problem, then in the future our clan members who activate the Mangeki won't have to repeat the tragic path of previous users. If it's siblings who unlock such eyes together, it can also prevent a tragedy among them. Driven by this thought, Kaito's laboratory proposal was hard not to succeed. Uchiha Fugaku even returned Ataka's eye to him. "Clan leader, please keep this eye. I no longer need it. Compared to this eye, I would rather use myself as a test subject, and leave this eye for Sasuke. I don't know if he will be able to activate the Mangeki in the future, but if he can, his brother's eye might provide great assistance. If he can't, these eyes will still give him greater combat power." Kaito did not refuse Uchiha Fugaku's proposal, as he had indeed given his all for his only son. Perhaps he has now truly transferred the love he once had for Itachi fully onto Sasuke? Kaito remembered, Sasuke as a child always longed for his father's approval, but Fugaku was a notoriously stoic man. Perhaps it was the environment of Konoha that pressured him, causing him to always be in a bad mood, which made Sasuke's childhood quite miserable. However, it seems that things have improved now, although Kaito didn't know if this was good or bad. After all, Sasuke's path would surely differ from the original. After much thought, Kaito felt it should not be a problem. After all, Sasuke's ultimate strength actually came from the Rinnegan given by the Sage of Six Paths. Even if it was a semi-finished product recovered from the battlefield, overall, this Rinnegan was the cornerstone of Sasuke's true strength. Besides, the Uchiha clan hasn't been exterminated. With such rich family resources at his disposal, if he can't surpass his original self in the narrative, he might as well stop trying. Kaito silently thought to himself, then lowered his head to continue drafting his thoughts on the current reform and perspectives of the guard department. Constructing new operational guidelines in his mind had a certain structure, but to put it on paper as a complete proposal was no simple task. In addition, there was the internal division of the department, the administrative authority of each office and so on. In short, there were a great many troubles to address. Not just these matters, but even for many details in the clan reform, both Uchiha S and Uchiha Tekaki sought him out. In the span of almost 2 months, Kaito and his team had spent nearly all their time on these issues, and while exhausted, they found the experience rather fulfilling. However, Kaito was more of a hands-off leader. After all, as clan head, many things didn't require his personal attention. He preferred to guide the general direction, while checking some details. He was more than happy to delegate other matters. He hadn't forgotten how, in history, that almost demonically wise chancellor had worked himself to death. Moreover, Kaito, having endured 996 in his previous life, was unwilling to experience 996 again in this world. As for whether his subordinates were 996 or 007, that wasn't his concern. Perhaps he even encouraged his subordinates to do so. Yet, Kaito was not the type to flirt with danger by just a few centimeters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have proposed the laboratory project. In reality, there doesn't need to be much experimentation in the laboratory. After all, Obito's eyes overcame the drawbacks of Mangeki due to his white body. However, he couldn't say this with complete certainty, as he didn't have enough evidence to exclude the plotline. Besides, letting them gradually discover this truth would induce a deeper admiration and obedience towards Kaito, which was something he desired. But it seems I don't need any of that. They already have enough obedience and respect for me. The construction of the laboratory was still ongoing step by step. The current headache was the lack of medical ninjas. However, the slight good news was that, under Kaito's mobilization, people had volunteered to become medical ninjas, among whom Kaito spotted a familiar face. Uchiha Izumi? Isn't she the childhood sweetheart of the traitor? Kaito remembered being taken aback upon seeing the name, then it seemed some details came back to him. Like how this girl had activated the 3-tomo Sharingan during the night of the clan extermination, hadn't she? Regrettably, upon examination, the girl did indeed activate the Sharingan, but it was far from the 3-tomo level. The reason she activated the Sharingan was because of Uchiha Itake's betrayal of the whole clan, even though she initially believed he must have his reasons. However, when she saw Uchiha Itake preparing to fight Uchiha Fugaku and joining forces with the mysterious person who attacked Konoha, her illusions were shattered, and she finally activated the Sharingan. This young woman was now full of hatred for Uchiha Itake, much like Uchiha Sasuke, unable to comprehend why he would do such a thing. Moreover, he conspired with the person who had helped kill the 4th Hokage 8 years ago, intending to attack the clan that bore and raised him. Under the provocation of such hatred, she inexplicably developed a sense of atonement that Kaito couldn't understand. Because in her eyes, it was wrong to have ever loved Uchiha Itake, and she wished to make amends in her own way. One can only say, this is so Uchiha. The thought of it made Kaito chuckle to himself. He found that, aside from attributing such a slightly adolescent idea to the Uchiha, he really couldn't find any other explanation. However, this can also be seen as a good thing. Now, the people who like you, love you, and respect you immeasurably are all your enemies. I am curious to see how long your so-called convictions can last. Chapter 108, Chapter 108. Really tired? Even this is tiring. Please, I was the one having all the conversations and having to think about what they were thinking and how they saw things. How could I not be tired? Walking down the street, Kaito helplessly spread his hands at Shisui. The two of them had just come out of the last family they visited. Most matters within the clan had been settled, so they naturally had to move on to the next step of their plan. Lowering their posture and showing their attitude had always been their strategy, so they had been visiting the various clans in Konoha these days. Whether it was the Nara who they'd had detailed discussions with, or the Yamanaka, Akimichi, and even the clans like Abarame. Even the Hyuga clan, which did not get along well with Uchiha, and the Kurama clan which was basically extinct, Kaito made sure to visit each one. His actions gave a surprising sense of favor to the smaller clans, because they really didn't expect this arrogant Uchiha to change. For instance, when the Kurama clan saw Kaito and Shisui arrive for a visit, they were too surprised to speak. The Kurama clan was once a strong force in the ninja world, contributing countless jonin and chunin to Konoha, and for a time rivaled the Uchiha in the field of illusion. But as time went by, with the factors of war decimating their population, and even now their bloodline limit was difficult to awaken. Their situation had become increasingly difficult, to the point where even Konoha rarely mentioned or considered them. Yet in such circumstances, Uchiha remembered them and even visited them, which brought them great favor and moved them deeply. If it weren't for their lack of people, Kaito thought if he mentioned hoping they could consider joining the police force, they would definitely try their best to help. But unfortunately, there are no ifs, and Kaito didn't even mention the police force to them. As for the other clans, apart from the Hyuga, Kaito did bring it up, but like Narashikaku, they maintained a wait-and-see attitude. Some clans even refused outright, which made things a little difficult for Kaito. Regardless, the majority of Konoha's clans have accepted the Uchiha's inclusion into their circle, which is good news, isn't it? I see, you have more to consider than I do, but who made you the clan head? Shisui didn't know what Kaito was thinking, and he couldn't help but laugh, while Kaito gave him a standard Hyuga salute. But Kaito didn't want to quibble with him about these things, and while walking, he asked. By the way, what do you think about the little girl, Kurama Yakumo? The Kurama clan really can't make it, but Kaito knew that in the future, a powerful figure would emerge from the Kurama clan. This person is Kurama Yakumo, the daughter of the still alive Murakumo Kurama. This girl had awakened the Kurama clan's special bloodline limit that allows control over the five senses. But Kaito didn't forget that this girl seemed to have awakened a monster in her spiritual world because of her bloodline limit, which ended up killing both her parents. Perhaps that could be considered a type of bloodline disease, Kaito pondered. His understanding of the illness was not merely physiological, but also psychological. Who says mental disorders aren't diseases? In his previous life, Kaito had read a plethora of novels about cultivating immortals, where the building of one's state of mind was crazily emphasized. Who knows if the monster that emerged within Kurama Murakumo's heart could be a sort of inner demon? That little girl. Shisui quickly recalled the person they'd met recently, stroking his chin in thought. I'm not sure. Although the girl is young, her chakra is quite good. But that doesn't seem to say much, does it? Indeed, Kurama Murakumo was still very young. Though her chakra seemed promising, making other determinations was difficult. You're right. Personally, I think the girl has potential. But we'll see in time. Kaito decided not to dwell on the issue. He had noted Kurama Murakumo, but it wasn't the right time yet. By the way, how is the lab planning coming along? Although he was always keeping tabs on the lab, he hadn't inquired about the details of its construction, given his own multitude of tasks. We've recruited 10 clan members who are currently receiving medical ninja training. However, we haven't exactly told them what they'll be doing. We just said that it's for a secret project for the clan. Also, while training them, we're keeping a close watch for any unusual activity, especially in light of that guy's case. We must be cautious, Shisui explained, his face becoming serious and his voice dropping. As for equipment, there's no need to worry. Although Uchiha Fugaku is no longer the clan head, he established many connections during his time in the role. He's managed to transport a batch of equipment from outside the village through some special channels. Our people have now taken charge of them. Hearing this, a satisfied expression appeared on Kaito's face. Ever since the idea of the lab was conceived, they had been planning its construction. They had ultimately chosen a location within the forest behind the clan's residence. As for the equipment Fugaku had procured, some of it was for detecting bodily changes, while the rest was for preserving, and even attempting to replicate, that arm. The piece of the arm was quite small, clearly not enough for 2 people to use. Kaito wasn't even sure if it would be enough for 1 person. Therefore, finding a way to cultivate more of it was crucial. However, Kaito was unsure if they could achieve this without the body of the 10 tails. But regardless of whether it was possible, he felt that it was a necessity to at least attempt it. To enhance the power of the clan, his trusted Mangekyo had to gain a significant power upgrade as well. Kaito hadn't drawn the ability of the Star Mother, and even if he had, he might not have chosen it. The ability of Star Mother, as far as the skill description goes, is just about healing. Even the old version of Star Mother merely added mana recovery. No matter how one looks at it, it doesn't seem to relate to rejuvenating youthfulness, and the things that Kaito acquired from lottery draws cannot be used by others. So in this matter, it's better to rely on oneself rather than the system. After all, in this world of Naruto, there are ways to repair the eyes. To Kaito's knowledge, there are two methods. If these are not tried out, it would be truly inexcusable. The two chatted leisurely, and soon they returned to the Uchiha clan. But when they arrived at the clan, they surprisingly found a blonde-haired boy struggling with whether or not to go in. Naruto. This sight caught both Kaito and Shisui off guard. Naturally, they recognized who this little guy was, which led them to exchange glances. The last time they saw this little guy was when Dan's was sent to hell. In the time since, they had all been busy with their own matters. Even though they could have interacted with this kid, they forgot due to their busyness. Of course, they knew very well that Naruto, a weapon of immense deterrence, was of no use to them. And if they were to truly have Naruto under their control, wouldn't the common ninjas and clan ninjas be worried? Big Brother Kaito. Upon hearing his name, Naruto turned his head and subsequently wore a joyful expression. Why are you here? Kaito nodded with a smile and then asked curiously, this place is quite far from your home, isn't it? It is a bit far, but it's fine. Naruto revealed a smile. But I have some business with Sasuke, so. I see, I understand. Kaito responded with a smile, ruffling Naruto's hair. Actually, he found it a bit strange as to why Naruto had such a positive attitude towards him, but these were not big issues. Besides, this was a good thing, so how could anyone object to it? After a moment of contemplation, Kaito turned to Shisui and said, you take this kid to see Sasuke. Sasuke and Fugaku should be at home, and I remember that Mrs. Mikoto might have some connection with this little guy. No problem, I'll take him now. Shisui nodded, then turned to Naruto. Little guy, come with me. Thank you, Big Brother Kaito, and you too, Big Brother Shisui. Naruto thanked them with a smile, looking somewhat innocent. But his hearty smile could make anyone feel his brightness. It even reminded Kaito of Minato Namikaze. Unfortunately, Minato was dead. If he hadn't died, perhaps the Uchiha could have had a better path. But the real world is filled with ifs. If he could, Kaito wished he could have traveled back even earlier. That way, maybe Itachi Uchiha could have been one of his forces. After all, that was a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. As he was thinking this, Kaito suddenly felt a strange chakra nearby, which made him turn his head. He knew that this might be the Anbu that Hiruzen Sarutobi had mentioned, who would closely monitor Naruto's contact with the Uchiha. What Kaito found interesting was that Naruto had already entered with Shisui, but the Anbu remained outside. This restraint wasn't like the Anbu he remembered. Come out, since you're here, why hide? Kaito suddenly said, don't you want to follow and see the kid's situation? After he spoke, Kaito quietly stood in place, his gaze locked onto a nearby large tree. He felt that the presence he sensed was coming from there. Sure enough, not long after, an Anbu with a mask and silver hair emerged from the shadows. Through his mask, Kaito keenly noticed one eye shimmering with a touch of crimson. Clearly, this Anbu must undoubtedly be Kakashi Hatake. Chapter 109, Chapter 109. Chief Kaito, hello. Didn't expect it to be the legendary copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. It's quite an honor. Kaito smiled at Kakashi, having no intention of playing any roundabout games, but instead directly revealing Kakashi's identity. Kakashi's expression remained calm, seemingly unperturbed by the disclosure of his identity. Strictly speaking, his identity was indeed easy to recognize, whether it was his characteristic silver hair, or the Sharingan hidden under the mask, or his most proficient technique, the Chidori. All of these were clear markers of his identity. Moreover, Kakashi was a hero of the Three Wars and the disciple of the Fourth Hokage. This made him quite well known throughout the shinobi world. Even his enemies, when facing him, could almost instantly recognize who he was. Kakashi had long grown accustomed to such situations. In fact, someone like him was ill-suited to be part of the Anbu, as they all needed to protect their own identities, not letting others know easily. Yet he was easily recognized the moment he appeared, possessing no ability to conceal himself. It was only that he himself didn't want to leave. Chief Kaito, you're flattering me. Compared to you, I am nothing. Moreover, those so-called titles are all dependent on this eye. Kakashi's voice seemed somewhat cold, even a bit mechanical. His current state was quite different from the Kakashi that Kaito remembered from the latter part of the narrative. However, Kaito was well aware of Kakashi's background and situation, as well as when his transformation took place, so there was little surprise. What truly surprised him was that Hiruzen Sarutobi had actually sent Kakashi to accompany Naruto, though it wasn't too difficult to understand. After all, Kakashi did have some relationship with Naruto. Strictly speaking, they could even be considered as fellow disciples. But sending Kakashi to Kaito was truly in line with Kaito's wishes. Kaito had long planned to meet Kakashi and even pondered how to win over this future 6th Hokage. Now the opportunity had been delivered to him, and it would be unjustifiable if he did not take good advantage of it. That eye was given to you by Obito. Even though it violated the rules, we will respect the wishes of the hero. Kaito said to Kakashi with a smile. While Obito was not exactly a good guy, the Obito before his fall was indeed pitiful. And you haven't let this eye collect dust, have you? I believe that Obito would also be pleased. At least when you meet in the Pure Land 100 years from now, you can proudly tell him that you used his eye to see the path of the future, can't you? Ninjas have few taboos about the topic of death, and Kaito's use of the phrase 100 years can also be considered a blessing in this world of extremely low average lifespan. Kaito's words seemed to somewhat relax Kakashi's tense mood. Although the change was very subtle, it could still be discerned through changes in posture and movement. Thank you. After a long while, Kakashi said softly, and this time his voice didn't sound so cold. You're welcome. The fact that your mission is to keep an eye on Naruto, I truly didn't expect. Kaito still maintained his smile, waiting until Naruto and Shisui disappeared within the Uchiha clan territory before slowly turning to look at Kakashi. But, this arrangement is quite good, after all, that is your teacher's child. Kaito's words instantly made Kakashi's body stiffen. His previously relaxed mood instantly tensed up again. Having you watch over your teacher's son, monitoring his every move, tisk tisk, you must have seen him suffer a lot, haven't you? What was originally a fairly harmonious atmosphere, at this moment, became somewhat oppressive. Kakashi looked at Kaito warily, his blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan slightly rotating, as if ready to strike at any moment. Don't look at me with such eyes, Kakashi. Kaito, in face of Kakashi's current attitude, still maintained his calm demeanor. He spoke in an indifferent tone. Did I say anything wrong, and do you think your eyes can have any effect on me? As his words fell, Kaito slowly closed his eyes, yet in an instant, they were already open again. In his crimson eyes, the three tomo were slowly rotating. At this moment, Kakashi felt an incomparable pressure. This kind of pressure instantly reminded him of the time, years ago, when he was tracking Orochimaru. Back then, Orochimaru was already injured, but even so, just a glance from Orochimaru made him feel immobilized in an instant. That cold gaze, that unimaginable pressure. At this moment, he felt as if he was experiencing it once again, and it seemed even more terrifying than back then. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi forced himself to calm down. His hand was already subconsciously placed on his ninja blade. It seemed that only by doing so could he feel secure. It seems you don't quite agree with what I said, and it seems you also want to make a move, so. As his words fell, Kaito took action without hesitation. As a clan leader, being stared at with such eyes on his own clan's territory, anyone would take it as provocation and strike. It doesn't matter if this person is Anbu or not, especially as Kaito's provocation was intentional. On one hand, he wanted to see what changes had happened to him after acquiring the dark scythe. On the other hand, through this exchange, he wanted to convey some of his thoughts to Kakashi. In Kaito's memory, his life had undergone 3 changes. His first transformation occurred at the death of his father. The then naive and romantic Kakashi, who had been extremely proud of his father, started to harbor serious doubts due to his father's suicide. He doubted whether his father was wrong, he questioned if his father's teachings were also wrong. These doubts set Kakashi on a path of darkness, and this transformation made him extremely cold, indifferent to his companions and everyone around him. This change only began to shift slightly with the appearance of Uchiha Obito. Obito Uchiha was someone completely incompatible with him, much like Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto in the future, they were utterly different types of people. Interestingly, these two, who clearly should not have ended up together, developed a deep bond and friendship. Regrettably, this peaceful period didn't last. With Obito sacrificing his life to save him and gifting him his left eye before dying, Kakashi's heart had actually started to sink, but he also had a new goal, which was to protect Rin Nohara at all costs. However, those targeted by Uchiha Madara rarely have a good ending. Rin Nohara ultimately died at Kakashi's hands. To put it bluntly, killing Rin Nohara himself, even if it wasn't his fault, was still devastating for him. By this time, Kakashi could hardly be described as a person anymore. He was nearly a pure instrument of mission, a walking corpse. Yet what happened next brought about a slight change in him, that was, the death of Minato Namikaze. Having witnessed his teacher sacrifice his life to protect the entire village, he seemed to realize something. That was, he still had something worth protecting. Obito's dream was to become Hokage, in order to protect the Leaf Village. Rin died by his hands, essentially to prevent the Three Tails from rampaging in the Leaf Village, thereby protecting it. One could say, his teacher, his companions, were all striving with the same dream, even willing to pay with their lives. With such a crack in his resolve, along with the careful help of Kakashi's old friends, he gradually emerged from the gloom. It wasn't until he saw a reflection of his old squad in Team 7 that he gradually became a normal person. However, at that time, Kaito felt Kakashi was not living for himself, as he really resembled Obito. At that time, he was living for his old companions, his teacher, he was living with the will of others. But the Kakashi of now, is more often lost, moving forward cluelessly, because he has not yet left the Anbu. He has not yet received help from the likes of Aoba and others, nor has he teamed up with the future Team 7. Given this, why doesn't Kaito take the initiative and counsel Kakashi first? Kaito simply couldn't, after all, they had no relationship to speak of. However, through a certain stimulation, making him establish a goal, and doing something for this goal, striving to achieve something, it was not impossible. After all, the people who influenced him the most were his father, the fourth Hokage, Obito, and Rin. Kaito could stimulate him through 2 of these individuals, thereby achieving his desired effect. Although such a method is quite mean, it's better than you being a walking corpse now, even without a goal. Kaito thought to himself, in the blink of an eye, his ninja blade was already drawn. And with this draw of his sword, he could clearly feel that his power and speed had become faster and stronger. It was clear that this was the great benefit brought about by his body's inherent enhancement, he could even feel that his speed and power had not yet reached their limit. This was not a limit due to his young age and room for growth, but rather this time, he had not yet gone all out. However, even so, Kakashi was clearly strained when faced with Kaito's onslaught. His speed was also lacking. His ninja blade was drawn almost the instant Kaito made his move. However, the next moment when he blocked Kaito's onslaught, he suddenly felt a powerful force firmly suppressing him. Such power, such speed, this guy. Kakashi's expression had slightly changed, but Kaito had no intention of stopping. In Kakashi's Sharingan, he clearly saw Kaito suddenly draw his ninja blade, and in the next moment, his figure slightly turned. In front of Kakashi, in a situation where he could see but not react, Kaito moved to his side. And that ninja blade, emanating with green chakra, was already sweeping towards his neck. Chapter 110, Chapter 110. Thump. After Kaito's ninja blade passed over Kakashi's neck, accompanied by a dull sound and swirling smoke, a severed piece of wood fell onto the ground. Yet, Kaito wasn't surprised by this at all. He turned his head to look at Kakashi, who had reappeared not far away, then slightly swung the ninja blade in his hand. The next moment, the chakra within his body suddenly burst out, and in an instant, he once again charged in front of Kakashi. Such speed was incredible, and even Kaito himself was somewhat unaccustomed to it. It seems adaptation will take some time. I have been busy implementing various reforms lately, which has led to a reduction in my training. Kaito pondered to himself as he swung his blade towards Kakashi. As for the speed right now, I'm probably catching up to Shisui under full force, but compared to Shisui going all out, there is still a certain gap. Shisui, that little guy, was naturally fast, his teleportation technique was unmatched in the shinobi world, and as for his eyes, Kaito was really guessing if they were speed-oriented. Otherwise, why was his chakra so far behind compared to mine, yet his speed was many times faster than mine? Of course, this was just speculation. After all, this youngster's dojutsu did not seem to be oriented towards physical abilities at all. However, Kaito quickly realized that he might have fallen into a misconception, which is that dojutsu and eye orientation may not be related at all. Perhaps, the ability of dojutsu is determined by the state of the awakener at that time, and the orientation of the eyes is based on the awakener's combat style habits. This issue was indeed worth considering, and the original work seemed to have mentioned it subtly. The most typical one was Sasuke. The amount of his chakra as depicted in the original work was many times stronger than that of Uchiha Itachi. However, his performance in terms of speed seemed mediocre, even getting beaten up by Killer Bee in swordsmanship during his Mangekyo Sharingan state. But when he switched his eyes, his speed was surprisingly not weaker than Naruto in Nine Tails chakra mode. This might also explain some issues. Although there is no definitive evidence, this idea seems to have no problem. According to this idea, in the original work, the Uchiha clan only mentioned having 2 eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but the clan has been inherited for thousands of years, and there are not few people who have awakened their eyes in thousands of years. It's impossible that there were no cases of brothers awakening their eyes simultaneously, but there are not many successful cases of integrating the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which might be due to the problem of orientation leading to integration failure. Now that I have supplemented the physical orientation, my eyes are also slowly improving. Maybe my guess is right. Kaito pondered in his mind, but the speed of his handwork did not slow down at all. Kakashi was indeed strong, but his shortcomings were very obvious, which is that his Sharingan eye was a huge burden for him. Especially now, there is at least 5 years from the beginning of the original work, his control over his Sharingan has not reached the level in the original work. Under such circumstances, the pressure he could exert on Kaito was really limited, especially after Kaito made up for his lack of speed. The current Kakashi was really not much of a threat to Kaito. Ding! 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 The sound of clashing metal filled the air as Kaito moved with graceful agility, continually leveraging his speed to attack and evade, his ninja blade posing a constant threat to Kakashi. Kakashi was decidedly on the defensive. With one eye shut tight, he relied solely on his Sharingan for combat. The deep crimson, 3-pronged swirl rotated ceaselessly as he deftly dodged Kaito's attacks. However, his chakra was being drained at an alarming rate. He wanted to use ninjutsu, but he found that he could not shake off Kaito's persistent assault, and regardless of his strategy, he simply could not put any distance between them. This state of combat left him extremely flustered. He had some intel on Kaito. Previously, Kaito was known for his proficiency in ninjutsu, particularly his mastery of the fire release technique, which was highly commendable. But a few months ago, the man suddenly demonstrated formidable kenjutsu skills and even took out formidable opponents like Rega in his mission reports. Kakashi had witnessed that swordsmanship and was left in awe. Yet, he thought that while the swordsmanship was indeed impressive, Kaito's speed was somewhat lacking. Today, to his surprise, he discovered that Kaito had made an incredible improvement, displaying a speed that was nearly impossible to counter. I can't keep going on like this. As he once again tried to distance himself, only to be immediately caught up and attacked by Kaito, Kakashi blocked the incoming blade, silently reflecting on his predicament. Moreover, he sensed something quite subtle. It seemed as if the rhythm and smoothness of Kaito's attack were improving. He was clear that if things continued this way, he wouldn't meet a good end. Especially considering that the man before him had audaciously killed Dans in front of the third Hokage and almost all of Konoha's ninja. Boom! Kaito once again drew his blade, then used a teleportation technique to appear behind Kakashi. Just as his blade was about to strike down, Kakashi activated his substitution technique. In such a ninja confrontation, the simplest and most basic ninjutsu often turned out to be the most effective. However, Kakashi was also aware that his every move was probably being watched by Kaito. Hence, the moment he landed, he began to rapidly form seals. Yet, Kaito's speed this time completely exceeded his expectations. Kaito, who was originally tens of meters away from him, appeared before him again in less than a second. Space-time ninjutsu. Kakashi had seen similar techniques. This unimaginable speed was once displayed by his teacher, and now Kaito was showcasing it again. In an instant, Kaito's eyes transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan state, as if those eyes held a bewitching power. Accompanied by the influx of a strange power, Kakashi suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his head and promptly lost consciousness under the onslaught of this energy. What is happening? He had no idea how much time had passed when he suddenly came to, his pupil dilating in the next moment. Because before him lay a silver-haired middle-aged man, a ninja blade lodged in his abdomen, his blood soaking the floor. No. Kakashi extended his hand, subconsciously wanting to touch the man before him. But just then, space shifted around him, and amidst the dusk, he found himself suddenly transported to a street. The street was buzzing with rumors, words so devastating that Kakashi struggled to breathe. Isn't that the guy's son? Exactly, knowing full well it was a time of war, he abandoned his mission, causing us such heavy losses. Despicable man, serves him right to commit suicide, people like him deserve hell. Confronted by such venomous words, Kakashi's fists involuntarily clenched. He had realized he was trapped in a genjutsu. But such a genjutsu was making it very difficult for him to stay calm, as it felt like it had transported him back to his childhood. What is he trying to imply? Why is he doing this? Kakashi couldn't help but wonder in his mind, but soon he found that space had shifted once again. Now, the silver moonlight illuminated the land. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki lay in a pool of blood, having handed baby Naruto over to the third Hokage themselves. As time fast-forwarded, he saw Naruto walking alone under the moonlight. Quickly, close the door, it's the Nine Tails. Why would that cursed child appear here, ruining the mood so late at night? Really, why don't they just kill this damned kid? The small figure, like his own from years past, was subjected to more vicious rumors than he ever had. The bleak silhouette sent a chill through Kakashi's heart. He really wanted to say that this was the son of his own teacher, the sole descendant of the man who had protected Konoha. But he couldn't utter the words, he didn't even know how to voice them. Are you awake yet? Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Kakashi's ears, and he instantly recognized who it was. The illusionary space shifted once again, and Kaito quietly appeared beside Kakashi, speaking calmly to him. It seems you're more awake now. Your eyes are much different than mine. Apart from the gap in power, you're also unable to see clearly through the fog. In response to Kaito's words, Kakashi chose silence. But Kaito didn't seem to mind, he smiled faintly, and the illusionary space once again transformed. In an instant, the silver moonlight morphed into a setting sun. In the twilight, the figures of young Kakashi and Naruto moved forward side by side. The intertwining loneliness and rumors, everything felt exceptionally suffocating. Have you never wondered why your father was so attacked by public opinion? Just like you never wondered why Konoha concealed Naruto's identity. Kaito turned his head to look at Kakashi, his finger pointing at the two solitary figures as he slowly spoke. And the way public opinion was directed at Naruto, it was so resolute, just like our Uchiha. Does that give you some ideas? Kaito's words made Kakashi's body begin to stiffen. These were questions he had pondered, yet he had never found any answers. Furthermore, he had never connected these things before. Your father once had a chance of becoming Hokage, but under such frenzied public attack, he committed suicide at home. Naruto is the fourth Hokage's child, although he's a Jinchuriki, it doesn't justify concealing his identity. Have you ever thought, growing up in such an environment of extreme hatred, he might bear resentment towards the village? And have you ever considered, if living in such conditions, a little bit of kindness and warmth could make a lifelong impression? Though the Uchiha did indeed have issues, why should we be vilified for problems created by others, without any real investigation? And why was the public sentiment about us so negative that it even drove some of our clan members to desperate actions? Pausing slightly at this point, Kaito then continued with profound meaning. I told you earlier that you can happily tell Obito 100 years from now that you haven't let his eye gather dust. But when you meet your father, can you tell him what you've noticed, but can't do anything about? When you see your teacher, can you happily tell him under what circumstances his child grew up? Chapter 111, Chapter 111. Kaito's questioning left Kakashi speechless, because no matter how he looked at it or thought about it, there was only one answer. He truly couldn't face them, he really had no way to face them. The matter of his father was obviously not simple, especially since it wasn't an isolated case. The experiences of the Uchiha and Naruto were remarkably similar to his father's circumstances, he just couldn't ignore all this. And Naruto's experiences caused immense pain in his heart. How often had he pondered why Naruto was treated so poorly, when his own teacher had already given everything for Konoha. But he dared not respond to Kaito's words, dared not follow Kaito's line of thought, because he knew Kaito was trying to sow discord between him and the third Hokage. But what if he knew? The reality was that the entire Konoha was ostracizing Naruto. Those who knew the truth were also forbidden to tell Naruto, and they were not allowed to casually interact with him. The only person who could get in touch with Naruto was the third Hokage himself. Perhaps there are other reasons. Kakashi mumbled silently in his mind, but sadly, suspicion is a terrifying parasite. Once it enters your mind, without decisive evidence, it will only grow indefinitely, and Kakashi himself had doubts, and now he's even more unable to let go. Kaito naturally noticed his internal struggle, and this also achieved his purpose, so he didn't further press him. The stimuli for Kakashi today were enough. Any more would seem too deliberate, some things were better left for Kakashi to think about himself. But Kaito was always a cautious person, he added another sentence before releasing Kakashi from the illusionary space. I must tell you, many things are related to Danzo, but he's now dead, and many things will be covered up. But covering up doesn't mean there are no traces left. For example, I discovered traces of Danzo's human experimentation, but all these were covered up by the Hokage. I don't plan to intervene any further, as it doesn't benefit me, and besides, the Hokage has given me enough benefits to keep me silent. But why don't you think about why he would do this? And as an Anbu, don't you want to investigate thoroughly? For your father, for your teacher. These words were a knife to the heart, and Kaito cleanly extricated himself from the matter, leaving all the baggage to Kakashi. After saying these words, Kaito left without a pause. As for whether Kakashi would tell Hiruzen Sarutobi about today's matters, Kaito didn't know, but he didn't care either. His relationship with Hiruzen Sarutobi was already as it was, they both knew there would be conflicts in the future, but revealing this wouldn't necessarily trigger immediate conflict. Moreover, considering Kakashi's own emotional standpoint and the future matter of stopping Obito, there was a high likelihood he wouldn't say anything. Could a barrier set up by 3 genin really stop Kakashi? For him, with the Sharingan, seeing through the construction of the barrier and subsequently breaking it wasn't a challenging task at all. It seemed that Sasuke had done something similar when dealing with that guy called Itaki, and Obito had even violently broken through barriers. So, whether he speaks up or not won't greatly affect me. If he doesn't, it would be a big gain for me. Kaito naturally was quite pleased with this outcome, and he was entirely certain about one thing: his Manjikyu had been strengthened. In the final stage, Kaito used Genjutsu, and to ensure that his illusion achieved the best effect, that Kakashi wouldn't easily break free, he deliberately employed Reverse Path's power to assist. The result was that Kakashi was honestly trapped within. Though Kaito didn't know how many times he'd used this combination of jutsus, he could sense that this time's consumption was absolutely the lowest. Such growth, that was truly something for him to celebrate. But while Kaito was pleased, his attention was not entirely on this. A week after the matter with Kakashi, the first draft of the clan's reform plan was ready. Kaito sat in the shrine with the 4 high-ranking members, incessantly flipping through the draft in his hand, his mind naturally beginning to ponder and plan. The initial draft of the clan's reform plan was quite similar to what he'd discussed with Uchiha S and Uchiha Tekaki. Moreover, these two added quite a bit of content based on their own knowledge and experience. Overall, the draft's theoretical significance was quite good. But as a time traveler who knew that truth comes from practice, Kaito thought it better to implement it and see. The contents were essentially foundational philosophical concepts from his past life. They weren't difficult but could serve an enlightening purpose, which was enough for Kaito. However, he felt the clan's reward mechanism was lacking. Perhaps he hadn't spoken enough about it, or maybe the clan's financial pressure was really high. Good, the education aspect is basically okay. When the time comes for explanations and courses, I'll be counting on you both. Of course, I'll also drop by from time to time. After pondering, Kaito felt that he needed to voice this. But he still wanted to clarify with Uchiha S and Uchiha Tekaki. No problem, clan leader. The 2 elders, Uchiha S and Uchiha Tekaki, both nodded. The start of the reform naturally required a lot of hands-on work from them, which was not a surprise. After confirming this matter, Kaito finally voiced his thoughts that had been on his mind. However, there are some things I need to bring up. I feel that the clan's reward system is lacking in some areas. The clan's development needs to be improved in various aspects. And the only thing that can bring improvement is people. Therefore, I believe we should encourage our clan members to have more children. Only with a sufficient population can we select enough talent. Furthermore, if the selected talents make significant contributions to the clan, do you think rewards of just ninjutsu and money would be enough? And among you all, weren't you once considered prodigious ninjas? Kaito's words left the 4 present somewhat dumbfounded, but they had to admit that they were indeed once the genius ninjas of their time. And what do genius ninjas need? Aside from things that can improve their power, what else do they require? Upon reflection, they felt that perhaps the only thing left was honor. Seeing their reactions, Kaito couldn't help but continue speaking with a smile. Moreover, as I said, the development of the clan is all-encompassing, and there are many areas in which one can contribute. For instance, being able to make more money for the clan is also a way to enhance our strength. There are also those who can provide more assistance in clan governance, or those who can bear or raise more offspring for the clan. Isn't this one aspect? Our vision should not be confined. We must bring out the value in each person, that's the key. Among these people, there will likely be those who rank low in the ninja hierarchy, and even those who cannot enter this hierarchy at all. Have you ever seriously considered what we should offer them? Kaito had always known that in this somewhat distorted world of the ninja, many talented people struggle simply because they are not ninjas. However, talent will always shine, even if they're not part of the ninja rank, they can play an unimaginable role. Whether in the economic, managerial, or even scientific field, they might perform even better. Ninjas need to continually train to maintain their strength. Once they neglect their training, it's almost inevitable that they'll start going downhill. They truly struggle to focus their energy on a specific field. Orochimaru and the second Hokage are exceptions. But these people are different. Because they don't have much ninja talent, they can focus on areas where they perform better and are more suited. The accomplishments brought about in this way will certainly not be inferior, and achievements in all aspects are what Kaito needs. This indeed is a problem, Uchiha S thoughtfully responded after a long pause, earnestly nodding his head. So, clan leader, how do you think we should proceed? I believe, for those suited to the life of a ninja, we can provide more assistance. Kaito stroked his chin, speaking at a leisurely pace. For example, we could have myself, Shisui, or Fugaku personally instruct them. After all, the three of us are Mangekyou users. I think this could be beneficial for them. Or we could have the clan's 3 Tomo Sharingan-bearing Jonin lead and instruct them, based on their contribution level and innate talent. For those who don't have ninja talents, to encourage their contributions in other areas, we could let them serve in the guard department. After all, the reform of the guard department is ongoing and many areas need talent. But, the significance of serving in the guard department might still be insufficient. We can establish a new role, a role that can give them honor, respect from the entire clan, and even the opportunity to participate in the clan meetings. Naturally, those with ninja talent can be included as well. What do you all think? Establish a new role, and they can participate in the clan meetings? Kaito's suggestion left the 4 people present lost in thought. Honestly, this proposal was very good. But this proposal also involved an issue, the distribution of power. After all, the clan had once been thrown into chaos, with different factions arguing. They worried that these people would eventually form another faction, which could lead to trouble. I agree with this proposal, Uchiha Fugaku chimed in. But I think the establishment of the role should be strictly limited, otherwise. I understand what you're saying, so I have a thought. Kaito smiled, fully aware that some things can be changed, but some things can't be recklessly adjusted. After all, in a world with supernatural abilities, reckless actions would only lead to everyone's resentment. The power of ninjas was unquestionable. Within the clan, besides the elders, the clan leader and deputy leader, everyone else can have a unified role, that of a counselor. The counselor's responsibilities are just as the name suggests. They can participate in clan meetings and discuss and revise our proposals. They could also help us supplement and perfect various measures that we propose. Moreover, their status within the clan must also be elevated. They would have higher income and more support if they lack ninja abilities. We would assign some ninjas to protect them. Let them feel the clan's attention, let them have a say within the clan, let them feel the honor of the clan. What do you think of this? Chapter 112, Chapter 112. The counselor system proposed by Kaito, after he clearly explained the powers and obligations of this new role, was passed without any difficulty. On reflection, having a voice and the honor of the clan are indeed very important for those who lack ninja talent. Especially since the resources in the field of ninjas hold little attraction for them, these things become even more precious. Moreover, the number of counselors is inevitably not going to be too large, as to become a counselor one must first make a substantial contribution to the clan. And the measure of this contribution is entirely in the hands of Kaito and his associates. Isn't it just a matter of their word? With the addition of this project, the reform at the clan level has essentially been perfected. and the reform of the guard department, with Kaito's involvement, had already been completed. Therefore, Kaito didn't let this matter drag on, but unceremoniously released them all, guaranteeing that every clan member could see. What is this? One early morning, when the members of the Uchiha were awakened one by the clan's guards and asked to come to the clan's shrine, they were surprised to find that something seemed to be amiss. Because regardless of gender, age, whether they were ninjas, whether they had activated the Sharingan, all members of their clan had been gathered together. The last time this happened was during the clan festival, when the clan quietly installed a young clan leader. Honestly, the impact of changing to a young clan leader was considerable, and they all had many questions about why it had to be done this way. However, the subsequent events directly answered all their questions. The way this young clan leader handled the crisis in the clan truly left a deep impression on them. Especially when they later heard that this new clan leader, in cooperation with Shisui and the former clan leader, had taken down Dans and protected the clan, which further stirred their blood. Therefore, they were very curious about what this new clan leader was going to do. When they looked, everyone was astounded. Clan education is to be extended to everyone, including adults, and there's even an assessment. Yet, do we have to learn these things even though we're adults? Is it because of the deeds of that expelled guy that made our clan leader and others mistrust us? That damn bastard, he should be devoured by vicious dogs and wild wolves. He really insulted our Uchiha bloodline. Many adult clan members felt overwhelmed at this sight. Having to relearn things as adults was not good news for them. Especially the establishment of the assessment system, which involuntarily made them recall their youth. Whether they became ninjas or not, now all were wailing in grief. However, they did not blame Kaito and the others for creating this situation, as even the son of the former clan leader had betrayed the clan. Isn't this the same logic as why the Hokage would rebel? It's only natural for them to share a bit of hardship. However, as they continued reading, they were all stirred. Can all children receive clan education, elite education at that, regardless of their potential, regardless of whether they can activate the Sharingan? Does this really make sense? Shut up, at least our children have a chance now, right? Exactly, and it also says regardless of their talent, the clan will encourage everyone to develop their interests and abilities, contributing to the clan in all areas. Did you guys see, those who can make contributions to the clan, like in finance and management, can even become counselors if they stand out? The content that followed truly ignited everyone's emotions. They had never heard of the position of counselor before, but just looking at the role of counselor, no one was not tempted. Being part of the clan meeting is considered one of the highest honors in the Uchiha clan, as those who can enter the clan meeting are the elites of the clan. But they had also heard that even the elites who entered the clan meeting had little opportunity to participate in many issues, only having the choice to support or oppose. But now it's different with the counselor. Not only can they attend the clan meeting and choose to support or oppose, they can also think and comment on many opinions. Even after the opinion becomes a resolution, they can participate in revisions, adding and perfecting some content. Such power is something they can't even imagine. This new clan leader is giving them a voice in the clan, letting them participate in the management of the clan. Even if they know, becoming a counselor is not a simple matter, as it requires making a substantial contribution to the clan. But at least this gives them a chance to enter the upper ranks of the clan. A chance for those with ninja talent to develop better, even a chance to be personally taught by the clan leader and others. A chance for those without ninja talent to shine. This matter made everyone feel their blood boil. They really hadn't thought of such an opportunity. Now, they are truly grateful to these new clan leaders, even though they were all included in the education policy. But compared to the clan's new reward system, what is that? Just the part about having more children. Looks like the nights are going to be a bit busier. The atmosphere of the whole clan was very active. Many people simply ran home to get paper and pen, and then ran back to record these contents. As for the learning materials, according to the information above, these will be sent to everyone in the evening. And the people responsible for teaching them are the 2 elders, which is an honor in itself. For the common clan members, these 2 elders were strangers to them. Under normal circumstances they rarely encountered such high-ranking individuals. The notion of these elders teaching them was simply unimaginable. For the elite members of the clan, however, they could sense the gravity the clan placed on this matter. Especially since the 2 elders had reconciled and collectively supported the current clan leader, their relationships had improved, and they were very much looking forward to the lessons of the 2 elders. It seems that a great reform is coming to the clan. Many clan members thought silently, regardless of whether they had missions next. They began to think about how to prepare themselves to keep up with the forthcoming reforms. However, when those who belonged to the security department ran to their department ready for work, they were dumbfounded once again. Because they found that not only had the clan undergone reform, but their security department had also seen significant changes. Not to mention the newly delineated duties of each department, which was enough to give them a headache. The code of conduct within each department alone drove them to the brink. Suddenly, they had the thought of, why did I join the security department? Because their learning tasks were just too heavy. First, there was stuff to learn within the clan, now the security department had learning tasks as well, and they had to adapt to the work of the security department. This made them feel extremely overwhelmed. Especially when they saw the action guidelines of the security department's new approach, they were even more flabbergasted. What on earth is this? Uchiha clan members are all proud, this is beyond doubt, but this reform manual seemed to suppress their pride heavily. The content of the manual required them to strictly follow Konoha's laws and regulations, which was undisputed. The Uchiha clan may have some problems, but as ninjas, they still had their principles, and their missions were generally justified. Although they sometimes appeared to be cold-hearted, there was really no problem procedurally. But now? Not only did they have to do this, but after doing so, they had to explain to the apprehended individuals, why we are arresting you. What's the situation? If arrested, it certainly means they violated rules. Why explain so much to these troublemakers? And why let them explain? Don't these guys know why they were arrested? Aside from this, sometimes they had to make arrests based on the situation. For instance, in certain special circumstances they could be lenient. What's the reasoning here? Why do they have to do this? And that thing about the prison, what's the issue with throwing a bunch of criminals together? They're all scum anyway, why is there a need to separate such people? Thankfully, Kaito had no idea what they were thinking, or else he might have been infuriated to death by them. Not to mention how detestable their attitude was. Just the thought of cramming criminals together was enough to ruffle Kaito. Was this a prison, or an opportunity for the criminals to have an epiphany in the Dragon Arena? Forget it, just do as instructed, it's the clan leader's directive. Besides, the deputy clan leader and elders have all approved. Our opposition probably wouldn't matter. Fortunately, there were still some clear-headed individuals among them. Upon their reminder, all members of the security department were like eggplants struck by frost. One by one they all bowed their heads in stunned silence, daring not to harbor any more objections, and instead began to contemplate the significance of this directive. The Uchiha clan sometimes really displayed a spiteful bone, but one cannot deny that once they approve of you, they truly accept you from the bottom of their hearts. Kaito demonstrated a power they could not imagine, and he led them to quell the rebellion, even eliminating the root of the rebellion and confronting the Hokage. Such things, the previous clan leaders could never accomplish. The former clan leaders would only endure passively, giving the clan no hope. Now they saw hope, and their inner reverence for Kaito became even more fervent. The new clan leader asked them to change, to follow the new system, and even if they did not understand, they thought it was their problem. Forget it, if you don't understand, just stop thinking. Just earnestly follow these instructions. After all, I know that under the leadership of the clan leader, we will only get better. Chapter 113, Chapter 113. The implementation of the new system truly made countless Uchiha clan members feel a prickling sensation on their scalps, as the content they were learning seemed to upend their understanding. On top of that, they had their own work to do during the day, and it was basically after work when they could gather to study. Even many clan members, in response to the family hope for more population, began to procreate more vigorously, which led to many members feeling exceptionally fatigued. On the contrary, children like Suzuki performed better, even though they also had academic tasks. However, when they learned that these tasks were set by the clan leader, they studied even harder and more diligently, without feeling any sense of fatigue. Especially when Suzuki learned from his father that these things were all discussed and decided by Kaito, and Kaito's assessment of him was also based on these things. Sasuke's enthusiasm for learning became even higher, even though he didn't fully understand much of what he was learning. After all, the teachings of Uchiha S and Uchiha Tekaki were profound, and their examples often referenced various villages and countries in the ninja world. This style of teaching fascinated many, as they found their horizons expanded, and they now understood many things that they previously did not or had misunderstood. However, for the children, this wasn't so friendly. But Suzuki had an advantage: his father could help him catch up. His father could teach him things, a privilege even the one who was expelled from the clan did not have. Through such learning, Suzuki found he seemed to understand more things, but after understanding, he grew even more disgusted with that guy. This ignorant guy, so short-sighted he wanted to destroy the clan. I hope you're still alive, so I can settle the score with you later. Suzuki muttered in his heart, then went on with the rest of the clan members, all in pain yet joy, for further learning. Of course, the most tormented were those from the security department. They needed to learn about the clan, and also about the security department. Their lives were truly described as bitterly funny. It seems, everyone is quite enthusiastic. Kaito couldn't help but laugh and tell Shisui when he found out that everyone in the clan was working hard. Of course they're working hard, could they not listen to the command you issued? Shisui said somewhat amusedly, and these classes are really useful. I attend every lesson and benefit a lot. Although Shisui had Kaito's initial teaching, he indeed made a breakthrough in cognition, but he felt he was far from enough. Therefore, he didn't miss any lessons, but instead diligently attended classes with everyone. Perhaps because of Shisui's actions, all the clan members felt more reassured to learn. Even the deputy clan leader, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, was earnestly attending. Why wouldn't they join in? Keep up the good work. You know we are classmates, and now the clan leader and deputy clan leader. If you disgrace yourself, you will drag me along. Kaito couldn't help but tease, then quickly changed the subject before Shisui's expression became serious. He really couldn't stand these guys making a fuss at the drop of a hat. By the way, that little guy Naruto has been coming by often lately. How is he doing? And what about the Anbu that follow him? Have they come in as well? Naruto, as usual, often comes to play with Suzuki. It seems that the Fugaku couple likes him quite a bit and they treat him well every time he visits, Shisui recalled before giving a detailed report to Kaito. These pieces of information are actually delivered to Kaito every day. But sometimes Kaito may not check them out due to his slow pace. However, as his vice-clan leader, Shisui couldn't neglect them, otherwise it would be embarrassing when Kaito asked him about it. As for the Anbu, they rotate their shifts. It used to be Kakashi all the time, and now, even though I know these guys, I'm not familiar with them. But if they come, they would inform us. We don't intend to make things difficult for them, but we would have our clan members follow them. It is generally an unspoken rule that the Anbu can't just walk into a clan, and the Hokage cannot intervene in clan affairs. This was one of the major reasons Danzo was so despised. He broke this rule. Of course, All the clans didn't believe that Danzo would dare to do such a thing without the tacit consent of the Hokage. It seems they still abide by the rules. At least after we dealt with Danzo, they started following them, Kaito said, laughing. If it were the old times, the Anbu may not have been so polite. They wouldn't even allow the Uchiha to have contact with Naruto. Especially since there used to be countless surveillance devices installed outside the Uchiha territory. Although these things have been removed now, Kaito would never forget about it. But now that the Anbu are following the rules, Kaito couldn't help but ponder one thing: what exactly is Kakashi up to now? While changes were quietly taking place within the Uchiha and the security department, Kakashi sat alone at home, deep in thought. Today was his day off. In the past, he might not have accepted it, but after experiencing the onslaught of Kaito's genjutsu, today he seemed more willing to rest properly. His rest was to relax himself and to give himself more room to think. He could never forget everything he saw in Kaito's genjutsu. He couldn't forget the slander that his father endured. He couldn't forget the scene of his teacher fighting the Nine Tails under the bright moonlight, nor Naruto's lonely figure. He couldn't forget his own figure overlapping with Naruto's figure, accompanied by the intermittent harsh words. All of these stimulated his nerves. Especially the final words from Kaito were deeply buried in his mind. Have you ever considered that your father would be attacked by public opinion like this? Have you ever thought that in Naruto's growth environment, if anyone treats him slightly well, he will remember this person's kindness for a lifetime? Can you really face your father, your teacher? Kakashi held his head in his hands. He felt a severe headache. Especially the scenes presented by the genjutsu, and Kaito's final words echoing in his mind, caused him great agony. Can I really face them? Kakashi mumbled to himself, his eyes looking a little lost, revealing a sense of helplessness and confusion in this haze. His entrance into the ANBU was arranged by his teacher, hoping that he could share the sorrow in his heart through the work of the ANBU. Of course, whether it was to prepare him for taking over the ANBU in the future is hard to say. Kakashi had never thought about it in this way. But after joining the ANBU, he had been numbing himself with high-intensity missions, which was somewhat contrary to Minato's original intentions. Unfortunately, Minato was no longer around to correct him. On the night of the Nine Tails, Kakashi lost his teacher. Kakashi, who had lost his teacher, felt even more lost. Even though he had detected the will of his teacher and his close friends, he didn't know how to carry it out. He didn't have a clear goal, a suitable method. He could only protect Konoha by the simplest means, carrying out ANBU missions. But the words of Uchiha made him fall into confusion. He knew this might be Uchiha's way of provoking, but thinking back to everything in the past, he found himself unable to refute. Why did the Uchiha end up like this? Why did my father end up like this? Why did Naruto end up like this? Kakashi, supporting his drooping head with both hands, began to silently repeat this sentence in his heart, then fell silent again. Time was ticking away, and Kakashi's heart was struggling intensely to make a judgment. Suddenly, the figure of Uchiha appeared again in his mind, still that indifferent sentence. Many things are related to dans. I have seen traces of human experimentation on dans. The third Hokage gave us a lot of benefits to keep me silent. Why don't you think about why he did this? For your father, for your teacher. For his father, for his teacher. At this moment, Kakashi's eyes suddenly became clear, and the confusion and helplessness seemed to disappear quickly at this moment. He remembered once rummaging through the archives to investigate a guy called Tens, only to be caught by Hiruzen Sarutobi, who then handed him the complete files. And he vividly remembered that Hiruzen Sarutobi had admitted that Dans was conducting human experimentation, specifically with the cells of the first Hokage. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi claimed that everything had been halted, the truth was that Dans and Orochimaru continued their experimentation. Even though Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't specify what the experiment was about, Kakashi could still guess some aspects. It seems that the experiment most likely still involves the cells of the first Hokage. Kakashi's demeanor grew colder. The cell experiments of the first Hokage were taboo, which was why Hiruzen Sarutobi dared not disclose it. Moreover, whether it's my father, the Uchiha, or Naruto, they're all manipulated by unseen public opinion, causing them to be ostracized, loathed, and even reviled by the village. The realization caused Kakashi's fist to tighten involuntarily. This tactic was so similar, it raised suspicion. Could it all be orchestrated by the same person? Concealing these actions, covering up everything Dan's had done, yet readily assigning him guilt. What else is hidden within all this? It's difficult for Kakashi not to harbor some unusual thoughts. It seems I indeed need to investigate thoroughly, to fully understand Dan's and what the Hokage, you, have been concealing. Chapter 114, Chapter 114. Just as the Uchiha internal and security departments were painfully learning and integrating, Kaito, Shisui, and Fugaku arrived at their newly established laboratory. This lab, being newly established, didn't seem large, but that wasn't the crucial point. The key was that the internal environment and structure of the lab were very satisfactory. The bright lighting and excellent ventilation system gave a good impression of the lab at first glance. Furthermore, Kaito noticed that the lab had been reinforced, which could prevent it from collapsing to some extent due to battles overhead. After all, the lab was built underground. In combination with various neatly arranged machines inside, the lab really gave Kaito a good overall impression, exuding some of the ambience a lab should have. Inside the lab, the young people who had just undergone a week of medical ninja training were looking at various instruments, seemingly a little flustered. Meanwhile, Fugaku and Shisui lay on the experimental bed, their bodies covered in various monitoring equipment. Kaito stood quietly on the side, watching. Clearly, both were in the midst of experimentation, and Kaito seemed slightly nervous. He still remembered when these two came to him a few days ago expressing their wishes. Isn't this a bit rushed? Kaito felt a headache looking at Shisui and Fugaku before him, because Uchiha Fugaku stated he wanted to start the experiments right away. Our personnel training has just been underway for about a month. Training a medical ninja is not a simple matter. Can they handle our tasks? Training a medical ninja indeed isn't a straightforward task. Even though Kaito was very clear that implanting the white cell certainly would be useful for the Manjiki Sharingan, the experiment didn't require much. And based on the results of Tsunade using the Hashirama cells, having the Sharingan as a suppressor indeed could prevent certain things from happening. However, it's always better to be safe than sorry. Ensuring the safety of the experiment was absolutely necessary. After all, not everyone is Obito Uchiha or Madara Uchiha. If something undesirable happened, Kaito wasn't sure if the individuals, who had only undergone basic medical ninja training, could manage and handle it promptly. There indeed is some risk, but I believe if that guy can do it, we should be able to as well. Uchiha Fugaku took over the conversation at this point, looking seriously at Kaito and Shisui as he spoke. Clan leader, let me be the first to undergo the experiment. My experimental data can also bring more inspiration to the clan. For the development of the clan, I believe I can bear it. Of course, I am not reckless. I have a wife and children to take care of. We can proceed with the experiment gradually. Although our medical staff are not yet fully trained, they can still handle simple monitoring of experimental data and observe my physical reactions. Clan leader, deputy clan leader, I beg of you. Uchiha Fugaku's attitude was very sincere, and his words moved both Kaito and Shisui. To participate in the experiment oneself, it requires more than just courage. Right now, Uchiha Fugaku is truly playing with his life. For some reason, Kaito suddenly felt that this guy resembled Uchiha Izumi somewhat. His behavior seemed like he was atoning for something. Kaito was genuinely puzzled by their thought process. However, upon closer consideration, their choices were indeed very similar to what he had imagined. It was just that Kaito was somewhat more conservative. He preferred to carry out everything under safer circumstances. But then again, the amount of time needed to train a medical ninja was quite long, and this was something Kaito wasn't sure he could accept. Although the Uchiha had stabilized, it was only temporary. A more substantial enhancement of the Uchiha clan's power was absolutely necessary. Especially with an increase in power, Kaito's points would also increase. This would be a perfect reinforcement for him. Before Kaito had a chance to speak, Shisui started talking. Clan leader, I am willing to join Elder Fugaku. Experiments require data, and Elder Fugaku alone might not suffice. With 2 sets of data to compare, I think the result would be better. Looking at these two before him, Kaito was momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but after considering it, he finally agreed. In fact, for such transplants, especially small-scale ones, he did have some confidence. The power of the 6 paths is constructed through the combination of the powers of Indra and Ashura, or more bluntly, the product of the ultimate yin release and yang release intersecting. Of course, the power of Sage Art probably should also be counted, as this is Uchiha Madara's evolution path. Kaito believed that Madara could withstand this power not only because he was the reincarnation of Indra, but also for another very important reason. That is because he possessed the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. As a product of yin release, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan naturally complements and balances the yang release of Ashura's power. Although both Shisui and Fugaku only had the Manjiki Sharingan, the bodies of White Zetsu were also adjusted by Black Zetsu. Perhaps this is why Obito was able to use it even before he activated the Manjiki Sharingan. By the same logic, Tsunade was able to suppress the cells of Hashirama Senju with the Sharingan. Otherwise, he would have turned into a Shimura tree man a long time ago. And Kaito believed that without the Uchiha bloodline, he also relied on the cells of Hashirama Senju to use the Sharingan, in order to complete the Izanaga technique. There shouldn't be any problems, right? How is the situation? After waiting for quite a while, Kaito finally asked, looking at the two lying on the experimental bed. The pair did not look in the best of conditions. While their expressions remained calm, their bodies were slightly reddened. Sweat kept rolling down their foreheads, making them appear as if they were running a fever. This state of affairs caused Kaito some concern. Could it be that he had miscalculated, leading to failure this time? Although failure is the mother of success, Kaito did not wish for this kind of maternal love to show up. Clan leader, according to the data, there are some reactions in their bodies. However, due to the low dosage injected, the reaction could only be considered mild, and their bodies are slowly adapting. The one answering Kaito was a young Uchiha clan member who had performed quite well in learning medical ninjutsu recently. Moreover, his background was clean, his father was even a veteran member of the security department, which was why he was chosen to be here. Actually, the situation of everyone who entered here was similar. The people Kaito and his team chose were naturally those they could trust. This group was the first batch. Naturally, there would be a second and a third batch to follow. The number of talents that Kaito needed would definitely not be small. Hearing his words, Kaito nodded slightly. In truth, his understanding of these matters wasn't extensive. In his past life, he was a liberal arts student, and the reason he chose liberal arts was mainly because his abilities in math and physics were too weak. Unlike Uchiha Madara, Fugaku and Shisui didn't directly stuff something into their bodies and stitch it up. They had cut off a small portion of Obito's arm, then through special methods of dissolution and refinement, they finally obtained 2 small vials of liquid for injection. This procedure was also to ensure safety. However, the current situation wasn't very good. Slowly adapting, hey. Kaito looked seriously at the young Uchiha clan member. Though strictly speaking, he was older than this man, he was ultimately the clan leader. Yes, clan leader. According to the data, that's the case. Facing Kaito's query, the young Uchiha lowered his head and answered honestly. Facing Kaito, he could still feel enormous pressure. The substance just injected is very special, it seems to be completely opposite to the power of Elder Fugaku and Shisui. However, this power seems to be able to adapt to their bodies and has now become balanced. But since it's the first injection, their bodies might not have fully adapted yet. Is that so? Kaito looked at all this with a furrowed brow. Then, he simply waved his hand and said, "You all go out first, I'll call you back in a bit." "Yes, clan leader." All the medical ninjas in the laboratory immediately responded upon hearing this. Although they felt this didn't quite follow protocol, they would not refuse the clan leader's orders. Shortly, the lab was emptied as the group of medical ninjas moved to the next room to wait. At this moment, Kaito activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Though the Sharingan couldn't achieve the same penetrative effect as the Byakugan, it could still observe chakra. In an instant, he clearly saw that both Shisui and Fugaku had two streams of chakra colliding within their bodies. Their current adverse reactions were likely due to these conflicting chakras. After all, these two streams of chakra truly had a mortal-enemy type of relationship. However, these two chakras were temporarily at a standstill, and the power of the Uchiha seemed to completely suppress the other side. Was it because too little was injected? Kaito silently pondered, but he noticed that the injected power seemed to have integrated into their bodies. Even though it was retreating bit by bit, it was not completely dispersed, and the power had not disappeared entirely. "How do you feel?" After observing for a while, Kaito finally asked. Although based on my observations and the data they provided, the situation does not seem to be too bad. However, as a ninja, I believe I still need to ask about your feelings, your personal sensations. Actually, aside from the initial discomfort, I could clearly feel something alien within my body, a power that is extremely rejecting. Fugaku raised his head and thought for a moment before speaking. It appeared that there were indeed no significant issues with him. The rest is actually okay, and now the power does not seem as intense. So, my body is still not particularly adapted. But I can feel this power staying in my body. Perhaps everything will get better once my body slowly adapts. My situation is similar to Elder Fugaku, and I also felt something else. Shisui also spoke from the side. Perhaps due to his youth, he looked better than Fugaku, and his insights were more profound. I can feel that these powers seem to be nourishing my body in return, especially my eyes, which seem to have changed. Changed? Hearing Shisui's words, Kaito involuntarily looked at his eyes. Strangely enough, Kaito could indeed see a minute, almost unnoticeable, chakra-like power slowly surging into his eyes. Seeing this, Kaito was immediately relieved, for he knew that this experiment had not been embraced by the mother of failure. Chapter 115, Chapter 115. The results of the first experiment, overall, were quite good. Although the injected dose was small and a low-intensity reaction occurred, the reactions of these two individuals began to decrease and even stop as time passed. Of course, it was inevitable that their conditions would appear quite weak at this point. Luckily, such weakness wasn't particularly impactful, considering the Uchiha's current situation wasn't as perilous as it had been. They had time to slowly recover, and their primary task now was not something else, but to monitor the state of the clan. However, they are still adapting to this new power, so conducting new experiments might be impossible for now. Kaito was very concerned about their situation. Although it was unlikely for them to create a brand new pair of eternal eyes, being able to use the power of their Mangekyo Sharingan without limit was a good thing. Moreover, Kaito knew the secrets of the Uchiha. What he was doing, to some extent, could be considered as completing the Uchiha's Otsutsuki genetic chain. Senju and Uchiha were inherently one. Who knows how Otsutsuki Hago Romo had children? He divided his own power into two, and each side was unrelated to the other's power. Thinking about it, Kaito felt this could be likened to the idiom of dirt on a white handkerchief, Quite the mess. Could it be that he sealed his own mother to protect his son? Kaito didn't know the true situation, but considering how this ancestor had children of such types, he couldn't help thinking in this direction. However, these were not Kaito's concerns. He was wondering if in the future, he could attempt to complete all Uchiha's genes with this thing? Of course, this needs to be experimented and demonstrated. At least, these young people should learn more about genetics and cell biology to verify my idea. The experiment still needed time, so Kaito also focused on the family aspect. The reform had been in progress for a while now, and Kaito was curious about their performance. He was relatively confident about the family, as he himself taught classes and understood many situations. But the guard department, he didn't understand very well. Although the reported situations were good, it was still necessary to check personally. Moreover, this is an important way for Uchiha to express their demands and integrate into Konoha, so it can't be messed up under any circumstances. The guard department was incredibly important to the Uchiha, especially after Kaito took over. This was Kaito's throat to voice to everyone in Konoha. This was the main channel for Uchiha to express their demands to Konoha. Naturally, Kaito was extremely concerned about its performance, for he knew very well that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others would definitely not let matters rest. They still had a battle to face in the future. Kaito already had an idea. If I can't destroy your will, then I should be able to destroy the body that carries your will, right? But accomplishing these goals will not be easy. After all, that's the Hokage of the Konoha. If Kaito wants to stay in the Konoha, naturally, he'll need some preparations and plans. As Kaito worried about the situation of the guard department, a group of drunken ninjas were getting into a heated argument. Time had quietly advanced to November, with a recent bout of winter snow just past. Though peace could hardly be said to reign in the Konoha, the laughter of the new generation of children echoed through the streets and alleys. Thick accumulations of snow became their best playthings, with snowballs whistling across open spaces. Various types of snowmen piled high could be seen under trees. The children's hands and faces were freezing red, but they were tireless. The ninjas, on the other hand, preferred to warm a pot of hot wine in the taverns, and chat about things of interest. In this weather, it was the ultimate enjoyment. Chunin and genin of the Konoha liked to frequent a particular tavern, where the owner was of good character and rumored to have once been a jonin. However, due to injuries suffered in war, he was forced to retire, even though he managed to hang on to his life. Therefore, even the figures of jonin could be frequently seen in this tavern. The warmth emanating from the stove filled the interior, making one feel toasty and comfortable upon entering. Some ninjas, cups in hand, were engrossed in conversation, obvious signs of drunkenness on their faces, creating a raucous atmosphere in the hall. Their topics naturally revolved around the recent incident involving the Uchiha clan besieging the root unit. Especially after witnessing Kaito's usage of Susanoo performing the waterfowl dance, they gained a new understanding of the Uchiha's power. Although most Konoha ninjas still held a poor perception of the Uchiha, ninjas inevitably worshipped the strong. Especially since the Uchiha's actions were justified, this caused some who revered strength to see the Uchiha in a slightly more favorable light. However, as one of them casually chatted about everything Kaito had done, it naturally angered quite a few people who had an aversion towards the Uchiha. Especially, they would never forget the scene where Kaito and his companions used a terrifying jutsu to intimidate the Hokage. This was simply unimaginable to many civilian ninjas. In such a situation, both parties immediately started arguing. One party believed that the Uchiha did nothing wrong, as the Hokage's lack of discipline resulted in malicious intentions towards their clan. In such a situation, their choice of retaliation was justified, and given that the Hokage had misunderstood them, such a scenario was only normal. The other party, however, believed that the Uchiha should not have acted in such a way under any circumstances, as they had no respect for the Hokage in their eyes. Both sides argued endlessly over these issues, and ninjas, especially the young ones, always care a lot about their pride, especially after a drink. In the end, it was unclear who threw the first punch, but soon it evolved into a brawl. The surrounding ninjas gathered in a circle, instigating each other. However, as the argument between them grew bigger, more and more got involved, and the situation became utterly chaotic. Ultimately, it was the timely arrival of the guards that put a stop to the mess, hauling everyone away. Such rotten luck! Early the next morning, Kumonoto woke, tossing off his quilt and rubbing his head, mumbling to himself. He had been one of those who got involved in the fight last night, the rush of alcohol making the brawl feel thrilling. However, the thrill of the night had turned into regret. Especially since he had been taken into the guard department, he couldn't help but sigh. He knew all too well how bad the reputation of the guard department in the Konoha was, and those who were dragged in here rarely had a good outcome. Moreover, he had heard rumors about how the guard department operated. For instance, if you didn't give them the answers they wanted to hear, they'd do something to you. Like using something called the Grand Memory Restoration Technique. All in all, it was a despised department. Kumonoto, please come with us. Just as he was filling with apprehension, a man wearing a guard department insignia came over and spoke to him. The man seemed rather gentle, but what puzzled Kumonoto was that he felt something was off about him. However, he didn't have the luxury to ponder much now. His mind was filled with worry, unsure of what the guard department would do to him. Taking a deep breath, he silently followed the man in front of him outside. Soon they arrived at a small room where a serious-looking middle-aged man was seated. On seeing this, Kumonoto couldn't help but swallow nervously. Especially when the door closed behind him, he felt a surge of panic. It seemed he could already feel the impending grand memory restoration technique if he didn't say something that satisfied the man in front of him. Although he was filled with resentment and hatred, as a ninja, especially a civilian ninja, they really didn't have the means to fight against these big clans and departments. Kumonoto, right? As Kumonoto was lost in his thoughts, the middle-aged man in front of him suddenly revealed a rather chilling smile. This scene made Kumonoto even more desolate. Then, the next words from the man left him stunned. My name is Uchiha Kaito, I'm your main examiner. This room is under surveillance, everything you do and say, and everything I say and do, will be recorded. I hope you can honestly explain your actions. Of course, you have the right to remain silent, but that will not be in your favor. And it's my duty to inform you why you were brought in here and what kind of punishment you may face. Understood, Kumonoto, a Chunin, correct? Ah, yes. Kumonoto responded somewhat dazedly, as he was still trying to regain his bearings. He had never imagined that the guard department would be so amicable and humane. By telling him that there were surveillance cameras, they meant they would record the process of his examination. Naturally, he wouldn't need to worry about them using some special methods to make him recall what he had done. They also told him that it was their duty to inform him of what crimes he had committed, what regulations he had violated, and the potential consequences. This was something Kumonoto found hard to believe. Was this really the same guard department that was reputed to be utterly evil and despised? Suddenly, Kumonoto remembered that when he woke up, he seemed to have been covered with a quilt. The weather had changed now, and while ninjas have a good resistance to cold, spending a night freezing in such a place would certainly be uncomfortable. The guard department had actually prepared these things for them, the prisoners, which once again overturned Kumonoto's understanding. At this moment, there was only one thought in his head. Am I dreaming, or have we misunderstood the guard department too much? Chapter 116, Chapter 116. Kumonoto's experience was not an exception, for when he stepped out, he discovered a large group of bewildered people outside the guard department. Obviously, they too were utterly confused by the operations of the guard department, and they could hardly believe that they had walked out of there. Despite receiving penalties, such as compensating for hotel damages, and paying fines for causing disturbances and fights, that was all. There was no further action, not even detention. The guard department simply brushed it off with, "Haven't you already spent a night?" Such handling left them all at a loss, feeling as if they'd experienced something surreal. Interestingly enough, upon returning, they shared their experiences. They were mostly civilian ninjas, their families mostly civilians as well. As the word spread, almost the entire village of Konoha came to know about it. Of course, most people didn't believe it, as hearing is less certain than seeing. Their preconceptions of the guard department were too ingrained. They naturally wouldn't believe it without personal experience. It can only be said that the work of the guard department is far from finished, but they've certainly made a good start. It seems they're doing quite well. Walking on the street, Kaito heard such discussions. Without hesitation, he remarked that the guard department was now trending. The department that the villagers of Konoha dealt with most often, besides the mission department, was likely the guard department. Thus, happenings in this department naturally piqued their interest, especially since the reputation of the guard department had drastically changed from negative to positive. In the face of such contrast, they were more than eager to discuss these matters. After listening for a while, Kaito was quite pleased, as it also proved that the changes he had brought about were successful. Moreover, it proved that the people of the guard department were strictly adhering to his guidelines, and he believed that things would only get better. However, as the guard department improves, I'm afraid Sarutobi Hiruzen will have a bigger headache. Kaito mused to himself. Even though he had been focusing on clan reform and laboratory projects recently, it didn't mean he was unaware of the outside situation. After the last exposure of the dance incident, major families had inserted their hands into domains previously out of their reach. And those clan departments also began a thorough purge, sweeping many people from their own departments. Obviously, these people were Sarutobi Hiruzen's men. However, Kaito believed that they wouldn't go to extremes, at least not like the Uchiha clan. Within their jurisdiction, there were definitely still people belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen, only that these people now found it difficult to exert significant influence. Frankly speaking, Kaito's cleanup of dans led to a behind-the-scenes reshuffle in the whole village of Konoha. Even though the third Hokage was still influential, his sway was definitely not as lethal as before. For him, this was undoubtedly a colossal loss. He was licking his wounds now, but his hatred for Kaito, for the Uchihas, was bone deep. It's not hard to imagine that once he recovers, and once the scandal of dans dies down, he will certainly make a comeback. At that time, I'm curious to see whether you'll win, or whether we'll win. Thinking of this, a sardonic smile couldn't help but appear on Kaito's face. However, his smile didn't last long as a voice brought him back to reality. That smile looks strange on you. Are you concocting some nefarious scheme? The voice was lazy, but it was pleasing to the ear. Kaito instantly recognized its owner. He turned his head, and his smile returned to normal. So you know what I'm thinking again. But it really has been a while, Yuniko. Given the current situation, probably only his old classmate and teammate Nara Yuniko would dare to talk so casually with Kaito. At this moment, Yuniko had her black hair draped behind her, wearing a simple ninja outfit, and her forehead protector was tied to her arm. She looked heroic but carried a lazy vibe about her. She stepped in front of Kaito and gave him a once-over before saying, "By the way, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you. Kudos on becoming the Uchiha clan leader." "You're making it sound like we're strangers." Kaito spread his hands helplessly, he sighed softly, "Besides, under my circumstances, would you dare to see me before the situation was clear?" In response to Kaito's words, Yuniko offered no opinion, because such a question didn't need an answer. To be honest, Nara Yuniko was also astonished by the actions of her old classmate. That he had quietly become the leader of the enormous Uchiha clan at such a young age, it was somewhat beyond Yuniko's comprehension. What exceeded her understanding even more was that after becoming the clan leader, Kaito did something so fearsome. He led his clan to attack a senior figure of Konoha, and not only that, he came out unscathed from such an assault. Because his actions were reasonable and justified not only morally but physically as well. Under such circumstances, even the Hokage was forced to make concessions. His clan and allies also received unimaginable benefits due to the Hokage's decision, and even all the ninja clans in Konoha reaped numerous benefits. Even her cousin, Narashikaku, had praised this old classmate of hers at home, which was indeed rare. Powerful, intelligent, and adept at seizing opportunities, this is how the major families perceive the new leader of the Uchiha clan. Especially with the rumors now spreading among the populace about the guard department, it's evident that Kaito certainly deserves such recognition. All right, indeed I didn't dare. Yuniko nodded, and then suddenly she smiled at Kaito and said. But you really know how to keep things hidden. I was worried about your situation initially, but it turns out you had everything prepared. No wonder you were so calm back then. Maybe not entirely. Many things weren't settled then, and I was also quite lost. Kaito gently shook his head, then took a look around the environment before saying. Shall we take a walk? Standing here all the time doesn't look too good, does it? Thank you for the invitation, clan leader Kaito. Yuniko showed no signs of refusal. She didn't have any duties today, and originally she just didn't want to stay at home and listen to her mother's nagging, so she came out. Now that she had run into Kaito, she was more than happy to accompany her old classmate, who had turned Konoha upside down. Being clever, she naturally knew that the most troublesome and dangerous situation had temporarily passed. Even her cousin spoke freely about the Uchihas. In that case, what was there to worry about? Oh come on, just call me Kaito. The clan members call me clan leader all day long, and it's really uncomfortable to hear. Kaito sighed helplessly as he walked and talked. I admit, it felt pretty cool at first, but it got weird after a while. People are always so peculiar. But you're not just a clan leader, you're also the head of the guard department. Yuniko gestured around, then looked at Kaito with a smile. Look, they seem quite happy with the changes in your department, don't they? You've done a good job, it seems. On this point, Kaito didn't respond with words, but with a smile. He was indeed quite pleased, and he saw no reason to hide it. However, the time was still short. For better results, one could only wait for time to ferment. But I have some immature opinions. I wonder if the minister would like to hear them. Suddenly, Yuniko's voice dropped quite a bit. She looked around before whispering. Her actions amused Kaito, but at the same time, they made him more serious. Because every time she acted like this, she would say something very useful and effective. Even if it wasn't of much use to Kaito, it still represented the goodwill of her family behind her. Do you think I wouldn't listen to what you have to say? Even though I might not follow it. Kaito also lowered his voice, quickly responding. I heard from my cousin that you Uchiha seem to be planning to open up the guard department, and you've even invited my cousin to send some people over. Yuniko didn't mind Kaito's teasing, and continued whispering. I guess not everyone is willing to send people over at the moment, because the reputation of the guard department isn't really good. On one hand, everyone is busy with their own affairs, on the other hand, they're worried that although you want people and it looks like sharing the cake, it's actually sharing the suffering. Every clan cherishes its members in Konoha, and it's hard for them to make up their minds without seeing actual changes. Now you are indeed changing, and it seems to be working, but it takes time, and it also needs people to help you spread the word. Given that, why not consider bringing some civilian ninjas into the guard department after you've opened it up? Allowing them in can help spread the word, and it can also show your thorough intention to change. Yuniko's words stunned Kaito because this girl was thinking exactly what he was. Although the timing sequence was a little off, his plan was to invite civilian ninjas after the public saw their changes. Then, through the real feelings of these civilian ninjas who joined in, and after those feelings were passed on, they would then target the clan ninjas. However, the fact that she could think of all these things and make so many analyses and give the best answer without much information support, Kaito would thank her in any case. Especially the fact that she could voice these thoughts, which was the most important. After all, no one knew exactly what the Uchihas were thinking. However, before Kaito had a chance to respond, Yuniko spoke again. But if you really plan to focus on the clan ninjas, then I have a suggestion. That is, the Hyuga clan. Chapter 117, Chapter 117. The Hyuga clan. After returning to his clan's residence, Kaito sat in his home, looking at the high-hanging sun in the sky, and couldn't help but ponder silently. Nara Yuniko would never make aimless remarks. Having known her for so many years, she gave Kaito the same impression as that Nara Shikamaru kid. Smart but also lazy, shunning trouble yet incredibly responsible, and once she approves of you, she'll think of ways to help you in many situations. This kind of personality is really suitable for making friends, and she also has an impressive uncle. Kaito believes that under such influence, she wouldn't lack exposure to and learning from diverse matters, and many of her opinions are naturally very referential. The Hyuga clan, like the Uchiha in Konoha, is one of the powerful clans of Konoha. However, to be honest, the relationship between the Uchiha and the Hyuga isn't really good because both great families are dojutsu clans, bringing certain competition. Especially when it comes to arguing over who is the first dojutsu clan and the first clan of Konoha, this competition is greatly amplified. Moreover, many members of the Uchiha don't really like the Hyugas. Perhaps the main family members are somewhat normal and bearable. But among them are those with high pride and arrogance, which really annoys the Uchiha clan members. As for the branch family members, they either appear bitterly resentful or they simply accept it as their fate. These people are just like lunatics. How can one get along with them? To be called lunatics by the Uchihas, one can imagine just how far these branch family members have developed. Actually, Kaito doesn't exactly lack understanding for them. After all, having the seal of a caged bird on their foreheads, they really do resemble the most popular goods in Europe and America in the 16th and 17th centuries. Deprived of personal freedom, their behavior rigidly controlled by the seal on their forehead, even their deaths are not their own. In such oppressive circumstances, aren't they allowed to express themselves? If they are truly silenced, then it is not misbehavior they learn in silence, but perversity. Do they really have potential in their clan? Kaito and Shisui had visited the Hyuga clan before. Besides the clan head Hyuga Hayashi, there were also several elders present during their visit. And during that time, Kaito treated it purely as a simple visit, without discussing too much with them. Mainly, it seemed like he didn't have much to discuss with the Hyuga clan, and given their poor relationship, it was naturally impossible to have more pleasant things to say. However, looking back now, it seems like the Hyuga clan is indeed worth attempting to ally with. First of all, the Hyuga clan naturally has some advantages. Although the system of main and branch families is a mess, when it comes to taking sides, this system shows unparalleled superiority. After all, words are spoken by people, and rules are made by people. Even if everyone knows that the branch family must obey the main family, it's not impossible for a branch family member with their own ideas to resist. Once you separate the main and branch families, it becomes an individual act, unrelated to the whole main family. In this regard, they are indeed different from other clans, because while other clans are viewed as a whole, the Hyuga naturally have a hierarchy. Secondly, the Hyuga must have a fair share of disputes with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Just think about the depth of the humiliation the Hyuga clan has suffered. Being forced to make the decision one person dies or an entire family dies says it all. Hyuga Hayashi's inner dissatisfaction with the current third Hokage is also very heavy, or else the comical scene at the Chunin exam wouldn't have happened. After all, that was his own younger brother. Even if the relationship wasn't good, life and death aren't something others can force upon. It seems that this Hyuga clan is indeed worth a try. Having thought of this, Kaito had basically come to a conclusion, and he also thought of something else. That is, although the Hyuga clan is a large clan in Konoha, they don't seem to have their own department in Konoha. Their ninjas are basically mission ninjas, clan guard ninjas, and hold posts in various intelligence groups. If that's the case, they might not be opposed to the idea of Hyuga members joining the security department. But all of this still requires further understanding. If it can be done, Kaito would have opened a new situation for the security department. Nara Yuniko is indeed Yuniko. If possible, I'll definitely try to get her to help me in the future. After figuring all these out, Kaito was in high spirits, and he was genuinely grateful for Nara Yuniko's reminder. This girl wasn't mentioned in the original work, but this doesn't mean she isn't capable. In a large Konoha with over 100,000 people, how could everyone be underestimated? Moreover, the original story revolves around Naruto and the others, and everyone else naturally turns into extras. But if the story happened to them, their own shining points cannot be denied. Just like Nara Yuniko, just like Kaito himself. These bastards! In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the documents in his hands and finally couldn't help but throw them away in anger. He was feeling very uncomfortable now, as all the documents and information he had seen recently were nothing but bad news. Because of the Danzo incident, he was forced to make concessions, causing his influence in various departments to plummet. Although such occurrences were not beyond their expectations, the daily personnel shifts submitted by various departments made him feel unbearably uncomfortable. The crux of it is that such personnel shifts must be signed off by him to proceed, and he was obliged to sign them. Now, he truly felt a stifling frustration in his chest that couldn't be released, all because of two individuals. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Kaito. The two people Hiruzen Sarutobi now loathed the most, were these two. If it weren't for that damned Uchiha Itachi, how could Danzo possibly have been pinned to the pillar of shame, his reputation beyond reversal? It was this guy who provided the erroneous intelligence, pointed the finger at the Uchiha rebellion, and solemnly swore that he would complete the mission. And what's the result? There are 3 more pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan in the Uchiha clan other than his. The Uchihas have intentions but they never act. He believed in Itachi's lies, as did Danzo, and the outcome was that he didn't complete the mission at all. Instead, he and Danzo suffered all the calamities. Danzo even died so horribly, his name tarnished. All this was caused by that damned Uchiha Itachi. And for Uchiha Kaito, Hiruzen Sarutobi also harbored considerable anger. Although this rage is much less compared to his hatred for Uchiha Itachi, Kaito's actions were also intolerable to Sarutobi. He killed Danzo with his own hands, took away so much from him, and even because of him, his losses this time were so massive. Even if Hiruzen clearly understood there was nothing wrong with what Kaito did, understanding did not mean acceptance. Especially when this guy completely disregarded him, in the face of his explicit request to stop, he cruelly dismembered Danzo in front of him. How could Hiruzen not loathe and despise such a cruel and insubordinate person? And this guy's skills are extraordinary, he has reached such a level at such a young age. If not controlled and suppressed, there might be another person like that. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe and took a quiet puff, while the image of that once haughty figure appeared in his mind. That figure truly left an indelible impression on him. His vigilance towards the Uchihas was not only inherited from the second Hokage's will. There was also the fact that he genuinely feared he could not control the Uchihas, could not resist their despair-inducing power. Even though he knew that it was hard for the Uchihas to gain those powers, preventing troubles before they occur was an essential quality of a Hokage. For the sake of keeping Konoha free from the threat of those Uchiha madmen, that's why he did so much, why he allowed Danzo to be so harsh on the Uchihas. And now, he had seen the power of the Uchihas, even though from certain perspectives, it could be seen as him reaping the bitter fruit of his own making. he had no regrets. For Konoha's sake, I have to do some things. The Uchiha issue is becoming an increasingly troublesome variable, I need to think carefully about this. Hiruzen Sarutobi took another deep puff of his pipe. The Hokage's office was now full of smoke, but he didn't care about these details. He gently shook his head, picked up the documents, and began to read again. The work of a Hokage is indeed strenuous, especially when Hiruzen Sarutobi only trusts his own judgment. He tends to handle most things personally. While this has ramped up his work stress, he is unwavering. He believes that this is what a qualified Hokage should do. However, while engrossed in his reading, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly felt his blood pressure rising again. Because in this new report, it recorded the current discussions within Konoha regarding the police force, particularly how the police force dealt with those ninjas who had transgressed. This guy actually. Hiruzen remembered Kaito stating that he needed to recruit anyone in Konoha willing to join the police force, thus he needed the right to expand the police force. Hiruzen was extremely unwilling about this, he knew exactly how much power the police force had. But the circumstances at that time were pressing, and he had no choice but to compromise. In addition, he was thinking to himself, the Uchiha group had not managed well before, would they suddenly turn things around with a younger person in charge? Yet the reality was that this young man had given him a resounding slap in the face. The young man did indeed bring change to the police force. The worst part was that he couldn't smear or publicize how the police force and the Uchiha were doing anymore, at least for now he absolutely couldn't do that. This kid is more troublesome than I imagined, I absolutely cannot let this situation continue. Chapter 118, Chapter 118. Have the invitations been sent? Don't worry, they have been sent and clearly marked as a conversation among clan leaders. Walking on the main street, Shisui nodded seriously to Kaito. He would never be careless about such a matter. Visiting the Hyuga clan leader again didn't bother Shisui, as he saw everyone in the village as the same, without much distinction. Though from a family perspective, meeting with the Hyuga clan leader again might not seem ideal. This could be seen from the elders, either from S or from Tekaki, they genuinely did not want Kaito to meet with the Hyugas anymore. Similarly, they harbored doubts about Kaito's plan. Their relationship with the Hyugas was already poor, how would their clan members feel when the Hyugas came in? Moreover, how could they ensure that the Hyugas would allow their clan members to join the police force? They worried that Kaito would be flatly rejected over this matter. The face lost wouldn't just be Kaito's, it would be the entire Uchiha's. However, Kaito's prestige was simply too great, built up through his strength and step-by-step execution of his plans. Even if they really doubted Kaito's plans and ideas, they could only provide advice, not flatly deny Kaito. Fortunately, Kaito was a reasonable person. This time, without debating the pros and cons, the 5 of them voted. The result was that Shisui supported Kaito unequivocally. Fugaku, after some hesitation, also chose to support Kaito. There was no need to go on further. Actually, there's nothing to hesitate about. Kaito's thinking has always been correct. Walking along, Shisui thought to himself. After going through so much, Shisui was completely determined to stand behind Kaito. Whether it was Kaito's initial judgment of the family situation, his chosen approach, or his current reforms within the clan and the police force. Everything was proving one thing, Kaito's choices were correct. Look at the police force, once the object of extreme dislike. After its reform, the reputation in Konoha has slightly changed. And this was just the beginning. If they could keep going, one could only imagine how pleasing the outcome would be. With so many excellent examples in front of him, Shisui didn't need to think too much about his choice. He knew that as long as he followed Kaito's steps forward, he would definitely see the ideal Konoha of his dreams. Kaito had no idea about the thoughts emerging in Shisui's mind. He was pondering how to deal with Hyuga Hayashi. Though he believed there was a possibility of cooperation with Hyuga Hayashi after adequate analysis, Kaito couldn't help but wonder, what if this guy doesn't agree? After much thought, Kaito decided that if Hayashi didn't agree, then he simply didn't agree. After all, he had already expressed his good intentions. If the other party didn't catch on, he couldn't do anything about it. I've done everything I can, the rest is up to you. Thinking this, Kaito and Shisui soon arrived at a tea house. The tea house was a property of the Hyuga clan. In fact, all the major families in Konoha had their own assets. How else could such large clans survive? Take the Nara family for example. They were skilled at raising deer, and deer antler was a major ingredient in soldier pills, while venison was a fine food ingredient. The venison was naturally sold to the Akimichi clan, who owned many barbecue restaurants in Konoha. The Uchiha's assets in Konoha were also quite substantial. Despite having shrunk for various reasons, many of the inns and hot springs in Konoha belonged to them. In addition, before the establishment of the ninja village, the Uchiha and the Senju clan were at odds for a millennium. To acquire enough weapons, they naturally needed to control many mines. Although these mines were handed over to the village after the establishment of Konoha, the Uchiha could still receive a hefty dividend every year. Understanding this, Kaito sometimes wondered just how miserly Sarutobi Hiruzen could be. In the original story, Sasuke was living not too poorly after the extermination of his clan, but it was far from well off. Not to mention he saw none of the scrolls and books collected by the Uchiha clan. It seemed like he didn't get any of the wealth either. Let alone anything else, he didn't even see Sasuke using any training equipment. It seemed that aside from having enough food and clothing, he shouldn't expect anything else. And he could only achieve even this much, largely because Uchiha Itachi, the fool, was still alive then, right? Otherwise, he'd probably end up much like Naruto. Can this be considered an example of united brothers, though they're separated by countless degrees? While grumbling about Sarutobi Hiruzen's stinginess, Kaito and Shisui had already entered the tea house. The entire tea house had been cleared at this time, making it seem particularly desolate. It was obvious that this was done to accommodate them. After following a servant to a room on the second floor, the servant respectfully left. In the room, Hyuga Hayashi was alone, looking out the window while sipping tea. Uchiha clan leader Kaito, deputy clan leader Shisui, nice to see you. Upon seeing Kaito and Shisui enter, Hyuga Hayashi stood up politely and spoke. His attitude lacked the indifference Kaito remembered. Please sit. If there's anything lacking in my hospitality, please let me know. Clan leader Hayashi, your words are too serious. This place is very good. Although Kaito felt a little strange, he and Shisui both nodded in response. Hyuga Hayashi's attitude was rather subtle at the moment. At least compared to the last time they met, his attitude had improved significantly. The last time they had met within the Hyuga clan, Hayashi's demeanor was neither cold nor warm, the standard bearing and manners of a head of a large family. Back then, Kaito hadn't cared much, thinking that the relationship between the Uchiha and the Hyuga was as it was. Paying them a visit was more of a secondary task. After all, he had already visited all the other clans he needed to, and as one of the most powerful families in Konoha, it was only polite to pay them a visit. However, Hayashi's current behavior was somewhat surprising to Kaito. This wasn't quite the demeanor one would expect from the head of the Hyuga clan when interacting with the head of the Uchiha clan. Clan leader Kaito, you seem a bit surprised. Hayashi casually poured himself a cup of tea, then did the same for Kaito and Shisui. Kaito silently lifted his teacup, his gaze fixated on Hayashi. After taking a gentle sip, he nodded, indeed, I am surprised. Kaito confessed, because you, clan leader Hayashi, are somewhat different from what I had expected. We interact differently based on the people we meet, the feelings we harbor, and the situation at hand, don't we? Hayashi chuckled, and for a moment, seemed gentler. Last time we met, it was at my humble abode, and I was acting as the head of the Hyuga clan, with all the clan elders around me. I naturally had to maintain a certain demeanor. And what about now? Kaito couldn't help but laugh at Hayashi's words. Should I address you as Mr. Hayashi? Hayashi nodded in agreement, confirming Kaito's assumption, his behavior revealing his intentions. Clearly, he needed to maintain his family's dignity and stance within the clan, but now he was more inclined to deal with Kaito as Hayashi alone. Yet, this made Kaito feel that some matters may now be harder to discuss. Upon reflection, discussing some issues purely as Hayashi may have its advantages. If he were to refuse, it wouldn't feel as though a clan leader had turned him down, and perhaps that might save a bit of face? Though it had the ring of wishful thinking, weren't all ninjas and ninja clans concerned with maintaining face? I believe I understand your intentions, Mr. Hayashi. Having figured this out, Kaito quickly laughed. In that case, please refrain from addressing me as clan leader. Of course, Mr. Kaito. Hayashi nodded, his expression then turned somewhat serious. Speaking of which, I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Kaito, for everything you've done. Last time, due to my clan status and the elders' matters, I couldn't express it, but I've always harbored a sense of gratitude. Without you, I don't know when or how I could have avenged my younger brother. Although the resentment still persists, nonetheless, thank you, Mr. Kaito. At this point, Hayashi bowed slightly to Kaito, who at that moment wore an extremely strange expression on his face. Well, this was something. It seemed that Hayashi wanted to express his gratitude, but as a clan leader, he couldn't do so in such a direct manner. Thus, he came up with this personal identity approach. Meanwhile, Shisui felt a bit dizzy from all the conversation. He was being spun around by the two men's words. One moment it was clan leader, the next it was sir, then something about the separate identity of Hayashi. However, he wasn't a fool. Although he didn't deal with these matters often, he finally realized what was going on when Hayashi expressed his gratitude. This made him fall into a brief silence. He had heard about Hayashi's situation. During his time in the Anbu, he learned about some of the things Kumagakure had done in the past. Back then, Konoha was threatened by Kumagakure. Their Hokage, for the sake of the village's safety, didn't hesitate to sacrifice the innocent Hayashi to them. And with that sacrifice, a child lost his father, and a brother lost his sibling. At the time, he didn't think there was anything wrong with this action, as it was done to protect Konoha. But now, looking back, the situation seemed a bit more complicated. He pondered. Was there really no other choice back then? Chapter 119, Chapter 119. Sir Hayashi, there's no need for too many thanks. After all, you know we acted for our own interests as well. Facing Hayashi's gratitude, Kaito quickly understood the crux of the matter. He accepted the thanks quite calmly while also showing a slight smile. Appreciation, after all, is a form of indebtedness. Though sometimes, these debts have little significance in the face of self-interest. Yet, it can offer some advantage in certain matters. As the saying goes, the most difficult debt to repay is the debt of gratitude. However, Kaito felt the need to maintain some restraint. Appearing too eager was not a good thing. Besides, without Dan's actions, he wouldn't dare to act so brazenly. After all, giving people the wrong impression was the worst outcome. I understand. Faced with such a ruler, anyone would feel helpless and troubled. Hayashi nodded with a smile. He chose the word ruler instead of Hokage, showing his deep dissatisfaction. However, he didn't continue on that topic. Instead, he took a sip of his tea before speaking in a soft voice. I suspect, Mr. Kaito, that you're here for something important. Feel free to share. I believe that discussing this as individuals, we might gain a different perspective and come up with a unique solution. Indeed. Kaito nodded with a smile, his expression becoming more serious. In that case, please forgive my intrusion, Sir Hayashi. My purpose for coming here is actually related to the police department. The police department. Upon hearing Kaito's words, Hayashi paused momentarily, then looked curiously at Kaito. The police department was a big fish. Not many families in Konoha didn't envy the power it possessed. However, the Uchiha's understanding of the department was pitifully scant. Such a large department in their hands had turned into a ghost of its former self. This made many sigh, but unfortunately, the Uchiha were immensely proud and extremely exclusive. They didn't let anyone else get involved and continued to operate according to their own ideas. Naturally, no one helped them. Furthermore, the major clans weren't fools. They could see that Konoha was targeting the Uchiha. With these two factors combined, the Uchiha and the police department's situation became increasingly worse. The enormous police department seemed on the brink of collapse. Hayashi held the same opinion, but recent events had given him pause, as the wind seemed to be changing for the police department. Though the degree of improvement was small, its widespread acknowledgement was surprisingly high. In fact, he understood why it had such wide acknowledgement. Just like a universally recognized good person, their good deeds were rarely mentioned. But if one day he suddenly did something bad, the contrast would make everyone shocked, and his deeds would spread like wildfire. Similarly, for those deemed evil or bad by others, any good deeds they perform would also spread rapidly. Clearly, Uchiha had already brought about some changes in the police department, changes that seemed to be heading in a good direction. What's more interesting is that Konoha didn't react negatively to these developments. This indicates that Uchiha must have received considerable benefits from Sarutobi Hiruzen. And now, this fellow was mentioning the police department in front of him, which implied that his benefits likely involved the police department. Thinking of this, Hayashi became somewhat interested. He sat upright and then asked seriously, "The police department belongs to the Uchiha clan, what insights does Mr. Kaito have?" "The police department belongs to Konoha, it's just that we Uchiha are managing it. This is indisputable." Kaito smiled, tapped the table lightly, and continued. "Since the police department belongs to Konoha, it can't be staffed by only Uchiha, can it?" "Oh." Hayashi was stunned by this information because he was really puzzled by Kaito's words. Did this mean the Uchiha planned to open up the police department? If this was indeed the case, it would be quite interesting. Evidently, Hayashi already knew the reason why Kaito was seeking him out. Kaito was planning to see if he could get people into the police department. However, Hayashi was also curious, why had Kaito approached him? Although Hayashi admitted he was tempted, their Hyuga clan, though one of Konoha's noble families, didn't have a department of their own, he was also hesitant. He believed that as the head of the Uchiha clan, this young man would not be ignorant of the relationship between their two clans. Even if he wanted to express gratitude, he would have to shed his clan leader identity to voice it, as that identity represented a whole clan. "I am curious, why did you choose to approach me?" Hayashi pondered for a moment, then spoke. "And, why do you think I will agree? Actually, approaching Sir Hayashi is just a trial of mine, and everyone understands the past prestige of the police department. Not every clan can withstand the pressure like ours." Kaito gave a wry smile, then continued with a serious expression. "Moreover, approaching you was after some consideration. The Hyuga clan mostly comprises of active ninjas serving various departments. Since this is the case, why not consider the police department? Especially since the Hyuga clan naturally has an advantage." Kaito's words were a bit cryptic, but to a certain extent, he was saving face for Hayashi. He couldn't just straightforwardly poke at someone's sore spot, could he? As expected, Hayashi's face changed slightly after hearing Kaito's words. But he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he fell into deep thought, making the room exceptionally quiet. Kaito gently picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, while Shisui turned to look at Kaito, his heart pounding slightly. However, Kaito remained calm. After all, for him, this was only an attempt. Everyone has their own thoughts and considerations. Uchiha isn't money, he can't make everyone like him, and some people might even wish to harm him. What he needs to do is to propose an idea, or to paint a picture, then provide as many attractive components as possible to make the idea irresistible. Only in this way could he attract others to join him and work together. The silent waiting didn't last long. Hayashi suddenly sighed lightly, then lifted the cup of tea from the table and drank all the tea in it. Placing down the cup, he revealed a gentle smile and then spoke earnestly. I think we can have a good talk now, Kaito. Who would have thought, today's matters went rather smoothly. At dusk, Kaito and Shisui walked side by side toward the Uchiha compound. Recalling the day's events, both Kaito and Shisui wore a smile. Kaito has always been a man of action. After hearing Yunako's suggestion and giving it some serious thought, he didn't hesitate to take action. Although it may seem somewhat impatient, it is undeniable that this time, he got a very satisfactory answer. Hayashi agreed with Kaito's idea. He expressed that he could accept it, although he also made it clear that the number of people he would send wouldn't be many. After all, Hayashi still had some concerns in his heart. Whether it was the pressure from Sarutobi Hiruzen or the stereotypes the police department brings, these were key factors to his hesitation. Members of the large clans tend to guard their own feathers, fearing their own reputation could be tainted, which could negatively affect their standing within the clan. Even worse, it could cause unimaginable impact on the entire clan. Kaito fully understands this. One only needs to look at the past Uchiha clan for reference. They never treasured their own reputation, which resulted in people tirelessly flinging mud at them. In the end, the truth or falsehood of the matter doesn't matter anymore, because your stereotype has already formed. What Kaito needs to do now is to change these stereotypes. Although it's difficult, in this place where information transmission is not particularly developed and without any underhanded schemes, the difficulty is not so insurmountable that it's impossible to imagine. If this were the internet era of his previous life, Kaito would probably just give up. But this Hayashi Hyaga really knows how to talk. We've been chatting from noon until now. Looking up at the sky, Kaito couldn't help but laugh as he found Hayashi Hyaga quite sociable. This was a vast difference from the stern and serious Hayashi he remembered from the anime. But upon closer thought, it didn't seem too surprising, as people often wear masks. In different environments, different situations, or even with different identities, one would unconsciously put on a mask to deal with various people or matters. Kaito wasn't sure whether Hayashi's performance today was due to a mask, or if it was his true nature. But it didn't matter to Kaito, because he had gotten what he wanted. However, as they walked along, Kaito noticed that Shisui was lost in thought, which piqued his curiosity. "What's wrong, Shisui?" Kaito asked, "What are you thinking about? You seem a bit off." "Well..." Shisui came back to his senses, and couldn't help but touch his head before sighing, "Sorry, I've been thinking about something." "What is it? Tell me." Kaito was curious and asked straight away, "Perhaps I can help you." "It's like this, I've been thinking about the head of the Hyaga clan." Shisui gently shook his head, then said in a soft voice. "At that time, when I was in the Anbu, I knew about the matter of the Hokage sending Hisashi on a suicide mission. From the situation back then, the Hokage did nothing wrong, as Konoha truly could not afford a war at that time. But this move caused the head of the Hyaga clan to hold such a grudge, which affects the unity within Konoha, so, you're not sure whether what he did was right or wrong, is that it?" Kaito already understood Shisui's dilemma, and he couldn't help but sigh. This is a complicated question because you can't view it from a single standpoint. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision, it was wrong, but it also wasn't. Chapter 120, Chapter 120. The actions of Hiruzen Sarutobi indeed make it difficult to draw a clear line between right and wrong, for the perspective changes with the stance taken. However, now that Shisui has asked, Kaito is willing to have a little discussion and provide him some advanced insights. Shisui, the first thing to consider when looking at an issue is the stance you're taking. The world is complex, there is no absolute right or wrong, as each person has their own standpoint. Always remember this, the world is never as black and white as you might imagine. It could very well be a delicate shade of gray. So, when we think about issues, we need to be more comprehensive. Kaito chuckled at Shisui, then as he walked on, he slowly started to speak. If you look from Hiruzen Sarutobi's perspective, he was indeed right, for after the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha really didn't have a chance to recover. They were quickly forced into the Third Great Ninja War, which was even more brutal, with Konoha being besieged by the 4 major ninja villages. Even though Konoha eventually won, it was nothing more than a Pyrrhic victory. After all, Konoha's foundation was nearly depleted. Even in the final negotiation, Konoha didn't demand anything from the Tsuchikage. Of course, we can't overlook one thing. That is, our Hokage might have hoped that Tsuchikage would save these supplies and fight it out with Kyumegakuer, but alas, things didn't go as planned. On the surface, the Third War seemed like the 4 major ninja villages besieging Konoha, but in reality, they were not on the same page. The most typical examples are Yashimaru and the Third Raikage. Yashimaru was used by the newly appointed Kazekage, Raza, to stabilize the situation and to focus on fighting Iwagakuer, so he was sent to Kirigakuer. Although Kaito was really curious why the Tsunagakuer and Kirigakuer, 2 ninja villages far apart, could start a fight, after all, they don't have any substantial conflicts of interest. But after much thought, he wondered if the people of Kirigakuer thought that Tsunagakuer capitulated too quickly when faced with Konoha. This enabled Konoha to divert their attention and resources to fight against them in the Land of Swirls, which led to their defeat. Hence, they might have taken some form of revenge. The Third Raikage died even more pitifully. This Raikage, who was besieged by thousands for 3 days and nights and died from exhaustion, was actually preparing for a potential war with Iwagakuer by gathering information when Konoha and Iwagakuer were fighting on the front lines. The relationship between Kyumegakuer and Iwagakuer has always been bad, with deep-seated conflicts between them. With the death of the Third Raikage at the hands of Iwagakuer, how could they tolerate it? It must be said that it was the death of the Third Raikage that made the current Fourth Raikage choose to temporarily cease fighting with Konoha and return to the village to prepare for war with Iwagakuer. Iwagakuer, upon noticing the movements of Kyumegakuer, and with the morale on the front lines severely undermined due to Minato Namikaze single-handedly fighting 50, immediately chose to cease fighting with Konoha to prepare for the war with Kyumegakuer. Frankly speaking, it was precisely because Iwagakuer took down the Third Raikage that this seemingly endless Third Great Ninja War came to a stop. Hiruzen Sarutobi's refusal of compensation was intended to incite conflict between the two sides, thus affording himself some respite. However, things didn't go as planned, for the two parties in the end only made a show of it without any real intent to wage war against each other. This maneuver backfired on him, leaving him in a tough spot, ultimately compelling him to step down, and thus ushering in Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Actually, if you think about it, the incessant wars had long disgusted people. It wasn't just Konoha that suffered massive losses, the other ninja villages also incurred immeasurable damages. The only one to retain substantial power was Kyumegakuer, as their greatest loss was perhaps the death of their kage. Under these circumstances, the third Tsuchikage, Onaki, naturally didn't wish for the war to continue. And the newly appointed 4th Raikage, who was yet to secure his position, even with a strong desire for revenge, his subordinates wouldn't allow him to act recklessly. Regardless, this incident fully exposed their mutual distrust, and it was this distrust that finally brought the war to an end. By that time, Konoha was on its last legs and had no choice but to recuperate. Kaito, looking at the setting sun in the sky, couldn't help but smile. He stretched out his hand, pointing at it, and continued speaking. At that time, Konoha might have seemed like this sunset in many people's eyes. Despite winning the third war, they had paid a hefty price, and I suspect that our third Hokage might have thought the same way. Therefore, when Kyumigakure expressed their wish to sign a full peace treaty years ago, his reaction was somewhat overzealous, completely forgetting the caution expected of a Kage, and as a result, a tragedy ensued. Shisui, having personally experienced this history as he was already serving in the Anbu at the time, couldn't help but sigh when it was brought up again. Back then, they had truly let down their guard and were too indulgent towards the foreign ninjas from Kyumigakure. Under Hiruzen Sarutobi's tacit consent, those guys could roam freely around Konoha. And the result was that they could gather information on Konoha quite openly, leading to detailed intelligence on the Hyuga clan and eventually brewing such a tragedy. As I said earlier, Hiruzen Sarutobi believed that Konoha was at its wit's end at the time, needing time to recuperate and restore its strength. While Shisui was deep in thought, Kaito spoke again, his tone considerably more solemn this time. From his perspective, his goal was to prevent the situation from escalating, to avert another outbreak of war. Perhaps he had made evaluations from all aspects, leading him to conclude that if war broke out, Konoha was bound to fail. Therefore, he made a resolute choice, to exchange the life of one person or even one clan for peace. After all, isn't it about choosing the lesser of two evils? Shisui, if you look at it this way, do you think Hiruzen Sarutobi was wrong? Was he wrong? Shisui, hearing Kaito's question and reflecting on his words, really wanted to answer, no. Because, from the perspective of the Hokage, there were indeed few choices at the time. Sacrificing the life of one person for peace, isn't that a good thing? Yet, Shisui dared not answer because he couldn't forget Kaito's contradictory evaluation and perspective on this matter. This indicated that Kaito had other answers that conflicted with this seemingly correct one. Taking a deep breath, Shisui shook his head, I don't know, Kaito. If it was someone else, I might answer without hesitation, yes. But facing you, I don't dare to give any answer, because I know my response may not truly hit the mark. Be confident, Shisui. Seeing Shisui's demeanor, Kaito couldn't help but feel a little amused. He reached out and patted Shisui on the shoulder before continuing. I've said that seeing this problem from different positions will yield different answers. But our current position requires us not to view issues from a single angle, we must think and understand in a more comprehensive and holistic manner. We've talked about Hiruzen Sarutobi's stance. Now let's discuss the state of the shinobi world. These years have been tough for Konoha, with a drastic drop in missions, and a struggling economy. Have you considered why? Well, faced with Kaito's question, Shisui couldn't help but scratch his head. He was not good at such things. Is it because of the daimyo? The daimyo is one factor, but a bigger reason lies in Konoha's overall image. Kaito, shaking his head with a smile, brought up a concept that was both unfamiliar and familiar to Shisui. A clan has its image, and naturally, a village has its own image. The Uchiha's tragic situation was largely due to the perception it created among the other villagers, which affected our image in their hearts. The same is true for the village. We won the Third War, and although it was a Pyrrhic victory, we stood against 4 enemies. Such prestige is an intangible wealth. However, with Kyumigakure's aggression and our choice to make peace, coupled with the 4th Hokage's unexpected demise 8 years ago, this quickly formed an impression of Konoha is strong on the outside but hollow inside across the entire ninja world, leading to a plummet in Konoha's credibility. Naturally, those clients didn't dare to entrust their missions to Konoha, and these commissions naturally fell into the hands of stronger, more credible villages. Being in the Anbu these years, you must have noticed that Kyumigakure's development is going well, right? Shisui nodded seriously. As part of the Anbu, he was privy to a lot of information, so he naturally knew how well Kumigakure had developed in recent years. However, he had never thought that Kumigakure's progress was achieved at the expense of Konoha, or rather, due to Hiruzen Sarutobi's concessions. This shook his original belief that Hiruzen Sarutobi's choices were right, causing it to waver involuntarily. Because of this choice, we have left a very poor impression in the shinobi world, and likewise, the situation within the village of Konoha has deteriorated. Originally, the demise of the fourth Hokage and Hiruzen Sarutobi's return to power had already dissatisfied many prominent clan members. However, for the sake of Konoha's stability, and considering that there were no suitable candidates for Hokage at the time, this issue was dropped. But with this event's outbreak, the dissatisfaction among all the great clans towards Hiruzen Sarutobi has reached a new peak. Shisui, do you know, the initial intention of establishing the village was to protect everyone, especially the children. During the Third War, Hiruzen Sarutobi's decision to let children go to battle has violated the original intention of the village's establishment. Moreover, the establishment of the village itself relied on the union of major ninja clans, along with the allegiance of civilian ninjas, which made Konoha possible. Now, Hiruzen Sarutobi's actions are damaging the village's fundamental interests, so all ninja clans are naturally dissatisfied with his actions. They would worry, since Hyuga was thrown out by Hiruzen Sarutobi this time, who will be next, and will it be their turn? At this point, Kaito paused slightly, his gaze locked onto Shisui, who seemed a bit uneasy. Finally, he turned his head to look at the Hokage rock. Moreover, Hiruzen Sarutobi's arbitrary actions this time, which seem to be for Konoha's sake, and everything he does seems to be for the peace of the shinobi world. But in fact, he has overlooked one very important thing, that is, he has ignored the will of the people, in other words, he has disregarded public sentiment. Are ordinary ninjas really willing to endure this humiliation, even to the extent that they can't even receive full missions because of this? Do clan ninjas really want him to disregard everyone's wishes and unilaterally use one of their own as a bargaining chip? Peace is never achieved through compromise. Hasn't the Uchiha incident taught us that? At this point, Kaito paused, he looked at Shisui seriously and then asked word by word. So, whether Hiruzen Sarutobi is right or wrong in this matter depends entirely on his stance. For those who don't want to go to war, and for himself, this is right. But for Konoha as a whole, he is absurdly wrong. Chapter 121, Chapter 121. On the question of whether Hiruzen Sarutobi was right or wrong, Kaito had already said enough that there was no need to continue. Shisui, too, needed time to digest what Kaito had said. Although Kaito had always emphasized the need to look at problems from various angles, now Kaito has provided an even more comprehensive and multi-perspective way of looking at and thinking about problems from different standpoints. And this is enough for Shisui to ponder for a while, especially when he remembered Kaito's phrase, "The world is not black and white, but a delicate gray." Although this phrase gave Shisui's thinking a bit of a shock, he had already become the vice-chief of the Uchiha clan. He has some resilience in this regard, and after Kaito broadened his horizons through teaching by word and deed, his acceptance has become stronger and stronger. While his beliefs have not changed, his logical thinking has become more comprehensive, and this change is very pleasing. After all, this is an Uchiha. If I can change an Uchiha, would I be afraid of other lunatics? Kaito felt that if he could go back, he might not need to mix in the workplace anymore and could directly work in a mental hospital. But this is just his wishful thinking. In fact, the madness of the Uchihas is just that their emotional expressions are too extreme. Either love completely or hate decisively, and at the same time, they value physical strength. If you can persuade them physically and psychologically, they will definitely show you the greatest goodwill. No matter what you say, they will listen carefully, even think about it seriously. Back at the clan, Kaito asked Shisui to pass on the matter with Hyuga and the elders to Fugaku, and then he went home to rest. The Hyuga wouldn't come over so quickly. After all, Hyuga himself needed to choose carefully, and after choosing, he needed to explain things to the person. It would take at least half a month to sort this out. But Kaito doesn't mind. Hyuga's joining will certainly bring positive effects to the security department, but the most crucial is the transformation of the security department itself. Only when the security department improves itself will there be a fundamental change. Current binding, Uchiha clan. Current status, relative balance. You have solved the clan's internal problems and eliminated one of the external enemies, but the development of the clan is multifaceted, and there are still villains. Prosperity, 16,350, the basic prosperity of a normal clan is 10,000. Suggestion: make appropriate modifications to the clan, let the clan truly integrate into Konoha, and let the clan develop better. Opening his system panel casually, Kaito took a good look at his current system information. Although he was mentally prepared, seeing this prosperity level, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, when he wasn't doing big things, his points were too few. The last time he looked, it was 15,570, a very subtle number, which reminded Kaito of a certain world record time. However, so much time has passed and it hasn't even risen to 1,000, which is quite frustrating. But Kaito's mindset is very good. After feeling frustrated, he quickly adjusted his emotions. He clearly understood that during this period, the Uchiha and the security department are keeping a low profile, and aside from reforms, the most significant thing was probably injecting the Senju Hashirama cells into Shisui and Fugaku. Kaito isn't sure if these nearly 1,000 points he's accumulated were due to the reforms, or due to injecting the cells into the two men. But overall, he is getting closer and closer to the points needed for his next draw. This is good news, but unfortunately I still need more time. Kaito quietly closed his system panel, although he sighed inwardly. Reforms still need time, achieving the results of the reforms also needs time, and even the transformation of Shisui and Fugaku also needs time. Shisui and Fugaku's bodies are still adapting to the energy produced by the Senju Hashirama cells, which leaves him slightly bewildered. Although it took Obito several months to let his body adapt and accept this power, the problem is, Obito had half his body transplanted. Shisui and Fugaku only refined some cells, which is far behind compared to Obito. This made Kaito think that if Obito hadn't turned to the dark side, wouldn't he really be the true lead character? Thinking about it carefully, Obito's life circumstances do indeed seem to qualify him as a lead character. His team and the future Team 7 are not just similar, they are exactly the same. A genius aloof male, paired with a medical female ninja who is part of a he likes her she likes him situation, plus a dummy who always comes last, this is precisely Team 7. The only difference between Minato's team and Team 7 is that the aloof male was persuaded on the edge of turning to the dark side, while the one who always comes last fell into the abyss after awakening. Perhaps, in some sense, Obito is a dark Naruto. And Kakashi became a person who lives for others, which is quite similar to Sasuke. What similar destinies, but with such helpless outcomes. Shaking his head lightly, Kaito didn't feel like thinking about Obito anymore. Even though he might be the potential lead character, this is only in the original story. The cruelty of reality can't compare to the cheerful atmosphere in the original. The cheerfulness in the original is only due to policy influences. In wartime, missions are above everything else. In Naruto's era, everything has turned into an age dominated by bonds. Forget it, why think so much about it? Rather than pondering these things, I might as well think about how to improve myself. Shaking his head, Kaito stopped thinking about these things. Since he can't rely on others, and the system hasn't paid a salary, then Kaito can only think of ways himself. Although Kaito has a lot of room for growth in terms of power, since owning the Mangekyo Sharingan, his chakra has been growing rapidly. And after experiencing the baptism of the dark scythe, his physical condition has also begun to improve. Pairing 2 and 2 together, his eyes had also seen gradual enhancement, but when he would reach a satisfying stage was unclear. However, he wasn't devoid of means to augment his own power, and undoubtedly, the worthiest subject of study was Susanoo. As of now, Kaito had reached the second stage of Susanoo, relying on the power of the reverse path. If he were to confront a run-of-the-mill adversary, this state would be entirely sufficient. But against a more formidable opponent, things were less certain. After all, he was very clear on what the future would be like, an intense battle among demigods. Even in that future, Susanoo would undoubtedly remain one of the most vital means of survival. Previously, to protect my eyes, even though I was aware that reverse path could lower the difficulty of using Susanoo, and to some extent reduce consumption, I dared not overuse it. Until now, it remains in the second stage, even though I have developed the weapon for it. Alas, I lack the protagonist's luck. Kaito's Susanoo reached the second stage quite early. This was the reason he could challenge Sarutobi Hiruzen back then. However, the difficulty of enhancing Susanoo is substantial. On one hand, there's the issue of consumption. To put it bluntly, the Mangekyo Sharingan can hardly bear such strain. On the other hand, this technique requires an extremely high level of proficiency to steadily open the subsequent stages step by step. Do not envy the original Shisui who could initiate Susanoo with a single eye. He was already adept at this technique, and he was desperate at the time. Already desperate, who would care about the consumption of their eyes? The only one who truly integrated Susanoo into himself was Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara could directly use the mature fourth stage of Susanoo, even without depending on his eyes. Estimating for himself, Kaito believed that the limit for Mangekyo Sharingan to open Susanoo was probably the third stage, the state of having armor and weapons without legs. One could only imagine how terrifying the gap was. My goal now is the third stage. After all, my condition, physical fitness, eyes, and my chakra can all support me in this endeavor. Since this is the case, I have to give it a good try. I hope there won't be any problems. Thinking this, Kaito instantly moved to his rear. He didn't choose to move too far mainly because he wasn't particularly confident. And this was just an attempt, an opportunity to summarize experience after trying once. Failure would be slightly disappointing, but generally speaking, it wouldn't matter much. His eyes closed slightly and when they opened again, they had become a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Along with the spinning pattern of the Mangekyo, a chakra full of destructive power emerged from his body. Chakra quickly gathered, and in an instant, the phantom of a skeleton appeared beside him, soon solidifying. A ray of light rose from him, and the hollow body of the skeleton was filled with chakra, quickly forming the shape of a giant. Kaito's actions immediately caught the attention of the Uchiha clansmen living nearby. Although Kaito had become the clan head, he hadn't moved his residence yet. Having lived here for so many years, Kaito had become accustomed to it, and therefore he had never made any requests. Moreover, he himself thought that living close to these clansmen enabled him to better understand the actual situation of the clan. Therefore, he didn't take it to heart when these clansmen came out to observe him. After all, they didn't pose any threat as long as they didn't approach. Taking a deep breath, the spinning speed of Kaito's left eye began to accelerate, and the chakra within his body erupted wildly at this moment. The power, filled with destruction and despair, instantly spread outwards, and everyone in the clan felt this terrifying aura. The body of the Susanoo began to grow rapidly, doubling its size within a few breaths. However, at this moment, the aura of Susanoo became chaotic, and even the chakra on his body began to fluctuate. But Kaito continued to forcefully suppress it. He did not end it all. He felt that he hadn't reached his limit yet. Steady! When the chakra gathered to an extreme point, Kaito suddenly shouted. The rapidly coalescing chakra on Susanoo's body instantly solidified. An armor appeared with the solidifying chakra quietly covering it, then fully enveloping it. A helmet with the visage of the dark Tengu, bearing a long nose, was placed on his head, and a slender sword quietly rested in its scabbard, hanging behind him. At this moment, the face of Susanoo was incredibly clear, as if it was a terrifying and ferocious Rakshasa statue in a temple, instilling fear in anyone who looked upon it. Boom! When Susanoo was completely solidified, suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy swiftly swept around. The earth trembled at this moment, and the surrounding houses began to collapse under such vibrations and the onslaught of energy. Chapter 122, Chapter 122. I'm truly sorry for causing such trouble to everyone. Inside the shrine, Kaito looked apologetically at Shisui, Fugaku, and the two elders. His attitude of admitting his fault was very earnest, while the four of them looked at him speechlessly and helplessly. In fact, even Kaito hadn't expected that. As a pragmatist, after a sudden whim, he decided to try something, and this attempt turned out to be a direct success. Originally, this would have been good news, as Kaito had been stuck at the second stage of the Susanoo for too long. Even if he wanted to truly master the power of this stage, he still needed to use and develop it continuously. But at least he was now able to initiate this stage, which was an incredibly significant achievement. However, what was frustrating was that Kaito had initially just wanted to give it a try, and this nearly turned out to be a flirtation with death. Not that he would have been the one to die, given the protection of Susanoo, he naturally wouldn't have been harmed. But the spectators were the unlucky ones. Even though they had already retreated a good distance, with the formation of the third stage of Susanoo, the invisible surge of energy expanded recklessly. Moreover, the violent shockwaves directly caused all the houses around him to collapse. Some of the slower reacting clansmen almost got buried underneath. Fortunately, only a few elderly people with slower reactions were injured due to their slower movements. The rest was just damage to houses, which was within the acceptable range. Clan leader, I hope you can find a more suitable place for experimentation next time. Doing it in the clan like this is somewhat inappropriate. Looking at Kaito's sincere attitude, plus the fact that there was no significant loss, Uchiha S ultimately had to reluctantly speak up. In truth, he really didn't want to say anything, but since everyone else was keeping their heads down, not daring to speak up, he had no choice but to harden his resolve and make a summary of the event. Honestly, if the clan leader were still Uchiha Fugaku, he wouldn't feel this pressure and helplessness. Because Uchiha Fugaku's character was rather weak, and his control and prestige within the clan were insufficient. If he made a mistake, these elders would not indulge the clan leader. They would say what needed to be said without any hesitation. But with the person before them, he really didn't dare to be so reckless. Because the person in front of him had strength, decisiveness, and great foresight. Whether it was him, Uchiha Tekaki, or Uchiha Fugaku, they all remembered the matter that Shisui had told them about the Hyuga clan's agreement. The news was frankly a bit incredible. Who could have imagined that Hyuga and Uchiha, two clans like fire and water, would reach a consensus on this matter? The success of this matter made Uchiha S and Uchiha Tekaki feel somewhat ashamed because they really didn't expect this to happen. However, Kaito proved time and time again his unique vision, and made them feel old and out of touch with the times. Especially after Shisui relayed Kaito's handling of the Cloud Village incident to Sarutobi Hiruzen, they were not only shocked but also deeply impressed by Kaito's comprehensive view of matters. He did not blindly deny Sarutobi Hiruzen, because such matters are indeed hard to determine as right or wrong. Even if they loathe and detest Sarutobi Hiruzen to the core, they know there was something wrong in this matter, yet they struggle to point out the exact mistake and how it transpired. They simply can't articulate it. However, Kaito uses a multi-perspective approach, analyzing gains and losses from all standpoints, finally concluding by applying the principle of choosing the lesser of two evils. Kaito's logic and way of thinking far exceed their imagination. Even though they had already acknowledged this, they felt that despite their many years of life, the gap between them and Kaito could not be that large. Yet now, they have to admit that Kaito, a child of only 15 or 16, is indeed far stronger than them. I'm sorry, I understand. This time it was an experiment of mine, I just didn't expect it to turn out like this, said Kaito. He shook his head with a sigh, his brows showing signs of satisfaction despite the situation. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't occur. Everything is still remediable. Elders, I'll leave it to you to calm the people down. Fugaku and Shisui, you'll be in charge of rebuilding. Cooperate with the elders and resolve this issue as soon as possible. Yes, Lord Kaito. The four of them immediately nodded in response. They could see Kaito's good mood, but they didn't have the urge to rebuke him. Even if they didn't witness how Kaito destroyed all the houses in that area, after subsequent understanding, they had more or less reconstructed the event in their minds. Upon understanding this, all except Shisui lost their calm. They all knew what kind of power Kaito had used. It was the Mangekyo Sharingan, an even higher level, reaching its third stage. As the former head of the family and important elders, Fugaku, and Tekaki all knew the classification of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Each upgrade of the Mangekyo Sharingan required numerous trials, in addition to sufficient chakra and a strong physical constitution. Could it be that Kaito reaching this step means that this young clan leader has met all the necessary qualifications? Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded on his first attempt. This scenario left them in awe. But at the same time, it also made and Tekaki worried. Because forcibly using one's eyes to unlock such power causes substantial harm to the eyes. Lord Kaito, it would be better to use such power sparingly, Tekaki, after some thought, cautiously advised. The Mangekyo is our ultimate power, but it is not without its flaws. Indeed, Lord Kaito, chimed in nodding his head as he looked at Kaito seriously. Lord Kaito, you are the key to the rise of the Uchiha clan. Without you, the clan will only decline. We hope you consider the clan's welfare. The two of them taking turns to speak left Kaito baffled. Initially, they were talking about his experiment accidentally causing damage to many houses. Then, all of a sudden, they switched to worrying about him overusing the Mangekyo, risking problems that could prevent him from leading the clan. Kaito knew he commanded great respect, and his control over the clan was strong enough. But this level of prominence meant that even the slightest of his actions caused concern, which was somewhat embarrassing for him. Fortunately, Uchiha Fugaku noticed Kaito's expression. He immediately surmised what was going on in Kaito's mind and decisively spoke up. Elders, we should have faith in the leader's abilities and strength. Besides, I believe our primary concern right now isn't this. The collapse of the houses due to the leader's increased strength necessitates swift action on our part. We must find a way to rehouse our temporarily displaced clansmen. Moreover, we need to arrange some form of compensation. I think the clan should bear this cost. Furthermore, don't you all think this incident is actually a good thing? A good thing? Kaito found Fugaku's initial words agreeable, but the latter part seemed absurd. A loss so great, and it's a good thing? Are you kidding? Before Kaito could even respond, what Fugaku said next left him at a loss for words. Our leader is still living in his old house, which seems rather inappropriate, no matter how you look at it. I think this is an excellent opportunity to arrange a new home for him. What do you all think of this proposal? While the Uchiha clan discussed rebuilding the houses destroyed by Kaito, in the Hokage building, Kakashi quietly infiltrated the premises like a ghost. Ever since he heard Kaito's words and pondered them for a long while, he had resolved to observe closely and pursue this so-called answer. Though Kakashi wasn't confident he could obtain what he sought, he firmly believed that certain things couldn't be erased entirely. Even attempts to erase them would inevitably leave traces behind. Kakashi's aim was to follow these traces and make attempts based on them. He was always cautious. Even with this idea in mind, he didn't act immediately but waited for an opportunity. And that opportunity was today. After careful observation, Kakashi had figured out the positions of each Anbu team's station and their patrol times, as well as the locations of all surveillance devices. Today, it was his and his team's turn to guard the Hokage building, providing him with a perfect opportunity. He waited for the end of the usual ninja's work hours. This was when there was the highest footfall, providing him a chance to blend into the crowd and search for what he needed. This was his plan, and so he did. After leaving a shadow clone behind, he used the transformation technique to merge into the crowd, then found an opportunity to leap out of a window. From there, he followed the perimeter wall to the window of the Hokage's office. At this time, the Hokage had usually left, providing an ideal opportunity for him to sneak in. He didn't choose to go to the archives to sift through files. After his previous search for human cell experiment data in the archives, he realized one thing clearly. Such documents would never be filed in a standard manner. Such crucial information would typically be kept only with the Hokage, possibly even concealed in more secretive places. With the root division gone, the only place Kakashi could search was the Hokage's office. To his utter surprise, just as he was preparing to sneak in from the window, he suddenly heard voices from inside the office, sending a chill down his spine. He pressed himself tightly against the window, using his disguise techniques to avoid being detected. He held his breath, cautiously peeked in, and scanned the room with his peripheral vision. What surprised him was that he discovered the third Hokage, Koharu Uchiha, and Homura Mito Kaito were all in this room. Chapter 123, Chapter 123. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a man of action. Once he detected the signs of improvement in the security division, he began to plan a meeting. However, given the extensive responsibilities he had undertaken and the busy nature of his duties, it wasn't until today that he found the time to initiate this meeting. Seated in his office, Hiruzen quietly regarded the two old friends before him, his heart full of melancholy. Once, there had been 6 of them, all disciples of the second Hokage. But after the sacrifice of the second, Torifo Akimichi took up the mantle and returned to his family, not joining his staff. Uchiha Kagami perished in subsequent missions, leaving only 4 of them weathering the storm together, ensuring the steady progression of Konoha's development. Together, they had lived through the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, witnessed the prosperity of Konoha and its current mild decline. Such a bond wasn't something the ordinary could comprehend. But now, only 3 of them remained. The crux was that those who had passed away didn't die ordinary deaths. Hiruzen knew that for a ninja, dying a peaceful death was extremely difficult, but they had all come so far. Perhaps age had altered their perspectives. Regardless of the changes, one thing would remain steadfast: their disdain for the Uchiha. Especially after Dan's was dismembered by Kaito right in front of Hiruzen, dying so tragically without even being honored as a hero posthumously. He had this score etched into his mind. He swore he would accomplish what the second Hokage had failed to do. He would avenge Dan's. Hiruzen, calling us so late and asking us to be so discreet about it. Is there something important? Koharu Uchiha asked, noticing Hiruzen's troubled mood. Unlike Homura Mito Kaito, who remained silent, she had to break the silence and inquire. This time, I want to discuss matters regarding the Uchiha. Hiruzen sighed deeply and began, lighting his pipe in the process. The Uchiha are making major moves now. You must have heard the rumors circulating about the security division. I've heard the rumors. Those guys have grand plans. Homura finally spoke up, adjusting his glasses before sighing lightly. Hiruzen, you shouldn't have agreed to that brat's demands. We all know how much power the security division holds, especially since we can't take action against them or the Uchiha now. If the security division's reputation improves, decades of our hard work will be wasted. They had indeed invested tremendous effort into handling the security division, their objective being to reclaim this monstrous department. But with Hiruzen acceding to Kaito's requests, everything seemed on the brink of collapse. In fact, neither Homura nor Koharu were previously concerned because the Uchiha clan, despite leading the security division for so long, remained the same. Now that a seemingly impulsive young man had taken over, how could he possibly do well? However, the reality is that this young man, whether he has sensed the scope of power within the security division or simply wants to change its current state, has already begun making those changes they least wish to see. They don't want the Uchiha to reintegrate into Konoha. They don't want to see the security division improve. A Uchiha, ostracized and isolated by everyone in their clan, was the kind of Uchiha they preferred. The same applied to the security division. Humph, what's the use of talking about all this now? Hiruzen grumbled, showing his palpable frustration. What we need to do now is find ways to solve these problems, not dwell on the decision I made back then. To be honest, when Dans proposed his ideas, none of you opposed, did you? Hiruzen, haven't you already made the decision on this matter? Koharu and Homura couldn't help but frown upon hearing his words. Eventually, Koharu spoke with a resigned air. You were the one who told Uchiha Ataka to find Dans. And when we tried to voice our thoughts, Dans had already made the final decision. What else could we say? I know Dan's death made you angry and distressed. We feel the same way, because he was not just your classmate, he was ours too. We had warned you that Dans was too extreme. He was willing to abandon his principles and do whatever it took to reach his goals. His methods were bound to backfire sooner or later. Now that his chickens have come home to roost, there's no point in talking about it anymore. Hiruzen, we all need to calm down. Only then can we solve the problem. If Kaito was here, he might understand why, after Hiruzen's death, these two strongly recommended to bring back Jiraiya or Tsunade instead of choosing Dans. Perhaps they had seen through Dan's true nature, which is why they were reluctant to let him sit in the position he coveted. Of course, there is also the concern that Dans, being extremely self-centered, would ignore their opinions if he came to power, possibly even stripping them of their authority, or worse, their lives, if their views clashed. Hearing Koharu's words, Hiruzen took a deep breath and eventually nodded in understanding. He realized that he had let his emotions control him, perhaps due to the memories the current situation evoked. Nevertheless, he was the Hokage, he knew he had to remain calm. Seeing this, Koharu couldn't help but silently nod in approval. Hiruzen and Dans were similar in many ways, but completely different in others. Firstly, Hiruzen was a very restrained man. He knew when to give way and when to compromise. This trait was admirable, for it's said that the flexible and yielding are the ones who accomplish great deeds, something Dans clearly struggled with. Only when Dans feels the pain himself would he consider giving up on something, otherwise he will never relent. And there's another point, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a man who listens to opinions. Indeed, like Dans, Hiruzen is also self-confident, firmly believing that everything he does is correct for the village. However, Dans is the type who will not accept the opinions of others, he will just continue down his own path, without considering the practical circumstances. On the other hand, Hiruzen will take into consideration others' views, make changes in line with his own thoughts. In their view, Hiruzen is truly dedicated to Konoha. This is also one of the reasons they're willing to support Hiruzen, but are adamantly against letting Dans take the stage. Apologies to you both, I lost my composure. I was indeed affected by my emotions. Hiruzen, with a hint of a bitter smile, spoke. He then took a deep puff from his pipe, then asked, share your thoughts. We need to unite now to tackle this trouble left by Dans. It's simply too much. Hiruzen, don't put too much pressure on yourself or feel too down. At least, we will always support you, always. Both Koharu and Homura looked at each other before they seriously responded to Hiruzen. After saying this, Koharu spoke slowly, I know you agreed to Uchiha's conditions. This puts us in a passive position, but it also gives us an opportunity. Opportunity? Hiruzen seemed stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted, you mean, like with the other departments? Hiruzen's influence lay in his years spent in Konoha, placing his own people in almost every department. These people might not hold high positions, but they are in crucial places, with many matters passing through their hands. They can accurately deliver many pieces of information from the department to Hiruzen, allowing him to precisely control these departments. And these people also recruit others like themselves into the department, thus expanding Hiruzen's influence, as well as their own status within the department. Sadly, due to recent events, these individuals have been systematically purged from the departments and teams controlled by various clans. This has greatly affected Hiruzen, but there is nothing he can do. However, he believes he can find ways to compensate for this loss in the future. After all, he is still the Hokage, he still has a chance. But there is a department in Konoha where Hiruzen has never been able to place his own people, and that department is the security department, firmly in the grip of the Uchiha clan. The words of Koharu made Hiruzen immediately understand. It led him to seriously start considering this matter. Haven't you mentioned before that the Uchiha kid, Kaito, asked for the right to expand the security department? Clearly, he wants to increase the number of personnel in the security department. And we also received news that this kid met with Hyuga. So why don't we help him recruit a large number of personnel? The appearance of the security department may have changed now, but how many Uchiha are there compared to common ninjas and ninjas from other clans? Once they enter, they will squeeze the living space of the Uchiha. And if that young Kaito promotes all the Uchiha members, it will definitely invite discontent from these newcomers, which will be tricky to handle. Also, the expansion of the security department requires money, and we control the fiscal power. We can absolutely find ways to limit their finances. With internal and external troubles in the security department then, I want to see if he can still handle this matter well. Moreover, we've already planted our people inside, to rally those dissatisfied with the Uchiha at the crucial moment. Koharu stopped speaking at this point, her gaze fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who revealed a smile. Then, Uchiha Kaito will only have two choices, either suppress these people forcefully, thus making the security department stink once again. Or, he'll have to honestly surrender power to our people, causing the Uchiha to lose their influence. This way, his days as the clan leader will be numbered. Once he and his clansmen have conflicts, that's when things will get interesting. And this, I think, will surely teach that resentful Hyuga clan leader a lesson. Without Koharu needing to continue, Hiruzen had already spoken about what comes next. And this plan, it is truly to his liking. It seems that we need to find a smart person who is loyal to us, Homura also spoke at this moment. And during this time, we can't let him have it so easy. Some people can't be won over and want revenge, right? So, let them have at it. Both Hiruzen and Koharu nodded at his words, agreeing that a smart person is indeed needed to carry out this task. And Kaito is indeed having it too easy right now. If he continues with his comfortable life and reforms the security department, who knows what it might become. With this train of thought, their moods instantly improved. They seem to have already seen the Uchiha's future in their words. What they don't know, however, is that outside the window, a figure has been silently listening to all of this. Chapter 124, Chapter 124. Kaito had no idea what the three leaders of Konoha were plotting, all he knew was that his head was throbbing. The suggestion made by Uchiha Fugaku was quickly adopted by Shisui, Uchiha S, and Uchiha Tekaki. For they did indeed feel that Kaito's previous residence was too shabby. Before, Kaito himself had never brought it up, nor did he have any thoughts about it, and they themselves were too busy and had overlooked it. Now that Kaito's house had been destroyed by him, it was necessary to find a new residence that matched Kaito's status. Kaito didn't know what to say about this, because he found it seemed that there was no use arguing against it. Although he didn't really care about where he lived, it was all the same to this bachelor anyway, considering his position as clan leader, it was indeed a problem if he didn't have a house that matched his status. At the very least, when clan members or others came to visit and found that the leader of the first wealthy clan of Konoha lived in such a place, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. However, why bring up my marriage issue when talking about changing houses? Are they just pushing me to sow more seeds? What truly bothered Kaito was not the relocation, but the fact that those three old guys mentioned the issue of his offspring when talking about changing houses. In this era with a very low average age, especially in the high-risk profession of ninja, no one knew if they would live to see the sun the next day. Therefore, people in this world tend to marry at a young age, even if the situation seemed to have improved a lot in the future, but this was subtly reflected in the original work. Take Sakura, Ino, or even Hinata for example, they started thinking about love at a young age, which reflects some of the psychological thoughts of the people in this world. Moreover, Kaito was a genius of the Uchiha, and his marriage should have been arranged long ago. But back then, Kaito was a mission ninja, rarely in the village. In addition, this guy didn't lean towards any side, so no one came to him, and he was able to continue this way. Although things are different now, Kaito still isn't in the mood, mainly because he doesn't seem to like anyone in the clan. After all, he realized back then that he had no say in the clan, and his strength wasn't enough to make people obey. So, he thought the clan was beyond saving and was just waiting for its destruction, so he didn't bother thinking about raising a little girl. If he had known that he could activate the system a year ago, he would have found a beautiful little girl to play with and raise. Look at Sasuke, who has a celebrity father, didn't he start at a young age? Sadly, there's no way to turn back on this matter. Even if Kaito could draw the ultimate move of Ike, he didn't think he would return to that era. Forget it, why bother thinking about this? If there really is someone in the clan that I like, I'll just issue an order then. After all, I'm the clan leader. No one would refuse me, and no one dares to. Kaito thought silently to himself, suddenly turned his head and looked at Shisui next to him. He instantly realized that this youngster seemed to be a bachelor like him. However, he couldn't be bothered to meddle in this guy's affairs anymore. He'd already given him the ika-ika, if he couldn't glean anything from that, he would be truly foolish. Also, Kaito was quite curious, what was the current status of this young man's health? Although he had been keeping an eye on him, the specific circumstances still had to be referred back to the person involved. I feel like I should be about ready, although the lab people say I still need to be observed, but I think my body has essentially adapted to these powers. Shisui promptly answered seriously after hearing Kaito's question. He wouldn't withhold anything about this matter, since it was directly related to the overall success rate of the experiment. I see, I understand. Upon hearing this, Kaito couldn't help but nod his head. Then he broke into a smile. Looks like things are going pretty well. How about your eyes now? Not bad. I can feel the power healing the damage in my eyes, but the progress is extremely slow, Shisui answered immediately. I think, the experiment should be able to continue. When the time comes, you can use it without any worries, Kaito. In fact, Shisui felt a faint change in his eyes from the first experiment. But the change was so subtle that he even doubted his own sensations. However, as time passed, his body gradually adapted to the new powers within, and his sensations began to intensify. He could clearly feel his eyes recovering step by step, and his physical condition seemed to be improving as well. The feeling was dreamlike. Though there were times when he experienced pain, he knew it was a natural reaction. After all, if he could truly restore his eyes, and even use the Mangekyo Sharingan without worry as Kaito said, what would a bit of pain count for? We'll discuss this matter later. You focus on your own condition for now. Shisui's words didn't overly concern Kaito. However, the fact that this guy always considered him made Kaito extremely happy. Take care of yourself, cooperate with the laboratory work. I'm looking forward to a deputy clan head with power far beyond the current one. You won't be disappointed, Kaito. Shisui nodded earnestly, but he quickly thought of something. By the way, Kaito, there's a kid in the lab who wants to be my apprentice, and the kid is a bit special. Shisui, make the decision yourself on such trivial matters. Before Shisui could finish, Kaito interrupted him, and his expression seemed somewhat speechless. Although Shisui always asked him for advice and prioritized him in everything, which indeed made him feel good. But to consult him about every little thing, wasn't that a joke? How could he have so much energy to get involved in everything, to manage everything? The people in the lab were all pretty good. Although not everyone had high talent, their loyalty was unquestionable. Among these people, if someone wanted to be Shisui's apprentice, Kaito would never refuse, as long as Shisui saw value in them. Kaito's words made Shisui open his mouth slightly, but in the end, he obediently closed it. He could sense that Kaito seemingly didn't care about this matter at all. It was an unmistakable figure-it-out-yourself attitude, a sign of his trust, yet it left him feeling somewhat helpless. The person who approached him was of too special a status, and the child was a genius, only the kid sought him out for the sake of revenge. And the child's name was Uchiha Izumi. Captain, the changing of the guard is here, we should go. Inside the Hokage building, Kakashi stood silently within his defensive area, as still as a statue. His eyes, like those of a hawk, watched the crowd below until his subordinate came to inform him. Only then did he slowly withdraw his gaze. I understand. Dismissed. Kakashi responded coldly, then turned to leave without looking back. His subordinate seemed to have become accustomed to this, showing no surprise. The Anbu Kakashi was cold as deep ice, that bone-deep chill was more than most could bear. Were it not for the hierarchy, his subordinate probably wouldn't have bothered to inform him. However, Kakashi was indifferent to such things. His mind was filled with everything he had heard the previous night. To be honest, he was conflicted now. He never dreamed that what started as a search for traces of the Root Division's actions would lead to him accidentally overhearing the Hokage and his staff's plans for the Uchiha. As an Anbu, he shouldn't have been concerned about these matters, he was not to intervene or concern himself, whether he heard about them or not. But as Hatake Kakashi, it was hard not to care. After all, one of his eyes was given to him by Uchiha Obito. Such a favor was unforgettable, not to mention that Obito was his best friend, the one who rekindled the light in his life amidst a world of darkness. Now that Obito's family was being targeted by the Hokage, or rather, had always been targeted, how could Kakashi accept this? Moreover, Kakashi thought of another thing. Was it right for the Hokage to target a major family within their own village? After all, Kakashi was the student of the fourth Hokage. Even though Minato Namikaze only served as Hokage for a year, and Kakashi was mostly in the Anbu. But Minato's care for him was never lacking, he had taught him many things. He knew very well how dreadful it was for a Hokage to deal with families within the village. How should I handle this matter? As Kakashi walked outside, he pondered silently. After a while, he made a decision. He didn't particularly like Kaito. After all, Kaito had attacked him and even used a genjutsu on him, something he could never forget. But Kaito's genjutsu gave him a new goal, a desire, an urge to pursue the truth. Moreover, Kaito was the head of the Uchiha clan, and he did not want to see any trouble befall the family. After all, it was Obito's family. But Kakashi also knew that he couldn't directly hand over this information to Kaito, given his special position. Although Kaito had instigated him to do certain things, Kakashi understood it was because Kaito wasn't afraid of being discovered, but his situation was different. If he were to directly tell Kaito, Kaito might not even believe him, after all, he was an Anbu. He even worried that if he were caught doing this, he might be endlessly threatened in the future. What would he do then? After thinking about it, he decided he had to use some other method, one that wouldn't reveal his identity. Having come to this conclusion, Kakashi had made up his mind. He then silently walked towards his home, leaving behind a slightly lonely silhouette. The next morning, Kaito looked at the letter in his hands with a strange expression. Standing next to Kaito were Shisui, Fugaku, and 2 elders. Their expressions were a lot more solemn. No one knew who sent this letter, even the camera didn't capture any traces. The content inside the letter was even more unnerving. Because the letter detailed what Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were planning to do, and each of these plans directly targeted the Uchiha and the Security Division's weaknesses. To be blunt, if these things truly happen, both the Uchiha and the Security Division would be in a predicament. This method is really clever. Kaito couldn't help but shake his head and laugh after reading the letter. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't easily back down. He even guessed that during this so-called period of peace, the guy would not likely sit idle and let him develop. Only he didn't expect that this would come so soon. Is he impatient to stir up trouble before Danzo's body has even gone cold? Kaito had thought before that if he couldn't destroy the opponent's will, then he could destroy the body that carries that will. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen too impatient to join Danzo in the afterlife? Although Kaito wasn't sure about the authenticity of this intelligence, he didn't know who sent it or what their true intentions were. Just by looking at the contents of this intelligence, he felt that it was probably true. After all, it so accurately pinpointed weaknesses and could deal heavy blows to both the Uchiha and the Security Division, chilling even the Hyuga clan who have just come to their side. Making an example of others to warn the rest, this kind of move doesn't seem like something an ordinary person could casually think of, and the one who benefits the most in the end is still Sarutobi Hiruzen and his Hokage faction. But Kaito decided to play it safe, because the source of this intelligence was unknown, and there was one crucial point not explained. That was the identity of the person who may want revenge on Kaito. This point really left Kaito puzzled. He prided himself on having eliminated most of the enemies he encountered during missions, and Danzo, one of his greatest enemies in Konoha, had already been taken out by him. Although he didn't get a chance to hit him with a fire release, to completely reduce him to ashes, the fact was that a dead man was indeed dead, and he had confirmed this. Take this intelligence. Everyone who has seen it must remain silent. After contemplating for a long while, Kaito finally decided to deal with the current matters first, speaking seriously to the 4 people including Shisui. As for what's mentioned in here, I am already aware. Even though I'm not sure if it's true, we can still prepare for it. If it's true, then we will let them have their fun. If it's false, it would still serve as a wake-up call for us. Everyone, the Uchiha crisis is not completely resolved. What we have is a temporary peace. Don't be fooled by the immediate situation. We need to continue to maintain our focus and dedication. We absolutely must not let our guard down. Understand? Yes, clan head. The 4, including Shisui, immediately answered in unison. They had all read the intelligence. Aside from Shisui and Kaito who were somewhat skeptical, Fugaku and the 2 elders firmly believed in the report. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen could really pull something like this off, and it was definitely to his advantage. But they were a bit confused now, wondering who would attack Kaito. This question puzzled them. Clan head, if this is true, then who would still attack you? Uchiha Tekaki hesitated before asking, who else hates you to the bone? I'm also curious about that. I don't lack enemies, but not many of them are alive. Kaito stroked his chin, and then slowly said. Firstly, it probably wouldn't be the clansman of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he and I have a great feud, he wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like this. That would just give people something to talk about. Moreover, the person carrying out this act wouldn't have any connection to him. As the clan head and head of the Security Division, I wouldn't leave Konoha without any special reason. So, who else within Konoha has such a grudge against me? While he was speaking, Kaito suddenly paused. He suddenly remembered there were indeed such people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this group harbored deep hatred against him, for Kaito had killed their master Danzo. These people were probably the most loyal members of the Root, who Danzo had gathered from orphanages and battlefields. After Kaito took care of Danzo, the root members belonging to various clans were naturally taken back. Only a few of them came voluntarily, like Abarame Torun of the Abarame clan and Yamanaka F of the Yamanaka clan. But these people all had their own clans. Even if they were loyal to Danzo, they couldn't break away from their clans at this moment. The war orphans were truly homeless. Kaito remembered handing this group over to Sarutobi Hiruzen to deal with, who seemed to want to absorb these folks into the Anbu. But these matters were no longer something Kaito and the major clans could be involved in. Nobody knew what status these people now held, nor was it clear if they had joined the Anbu. And this ambiguous identity truly suited them for dangerous yet extremely covert operations. Do you remember that group of orphans, those people who belonged to the root and were gathered from the battlefield? Kaito tentatively asked. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed that if anyone truly hated him, it would be them. The guys from the root. Shisui's response was quick. Having had dealings with the root before, I heard that they were supposed to be absorbed by the Hokage, right? But whether they were absorbed or not, would the Hokage tell us? Fugaku spoke up before Kaito could respond, and even if they were absorbed, the official documents are with the Hokage. Would it be really difficult for him to deny or disband them? If that's the case, then they are indeed the most likely suspects. Shisui nodded, then turned to Kaito, clan head, how about I check on them? I think I could probe a little. These folks, being originally homeless, had come to regard the root as their home after joining. Now that the root was gone, they naturally couldn't stay there anymore. They had all been moved to a temporary base in the eastern forest. This forest was used for ninja exams. As Konoha temporarily had no large-scale ninja promotion exams, their living there couldn't be more suitable. No need. I'll go and see for myself. Kaito pondered for a moment before laughing, his gaze subtly shifting and locking onto the Hokage rock in the distance. As I said, if it is them, I can play along with their game. If you go, Shisui, they might not do anything. But if I go, the situation might not be so straightforward. What do you think will happen if they publicly attack a department head? In the eastern forest of Konoha, a group of ninjas dressed in black were stationed in a makeshift camp. They were extremely quiet, with the entire camp seemingly only filled with the rustling of the wind and the crackling of the bonfire. Even those on patrol did not make a sound. Such high ninja discipline proved their fearsomeness. Moreover, the fact that they could be so quiet during patrol meant they were very good at one thing: assassination. They were all former root ninjas, but now they had become rootless people, all because of Kaito. In their hearts, from the moment they were brought to the root, their lives belonged to only one person, Danzo. But now Danzo was dead, and they seemed to have lost their faith. They now existed like a bunch of walking corpses. Perhaps their only goal was to seek revenge on Kaito for Danzo. To avenge Danzo, they even refused to be absorbed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. They used silence to express their intentions. They would not serve unless they had their revenge. But they couldn't act now because the third Hokage didn't allow it. He even clearly told them that if they didn't obey in this matter, they could forever forget about seeking revenge. In order to avenge Danzo, they had to endure, had to huddle in this place and wait in silence. Swish! Suddenly, a crisp sound of stepping on accumulated snow and grass resounded, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. The alert ninjas had already drawn their ninja swords, and those originally at rest had also stood up. They did not attack immediately, as they weren't sure who had come. However, the moment they saw clearly who the newcomer was, their eyes instantly reddened because the person who arrived was none other than Kaito, the clan leader of the Uchiha who had killed Danzo. Boom! Complex chakra was wildly unleashed, a chilling aura that almost suffocated began to spread stealthily, their gazes locked dead onto the newcomer, murderous intent filled their faces. Oh, it seems you have quite the grand welcome for me. Kaito calmly looked at everything in front of him, a smile even appearing on his face. To be honest, I didn't expect the remnants of Danzo's followers to still be lingering here, not following your master in death. It's beyond my expectations. But it's also normal. Here, Kaito paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over all the remnants of the root present, before he continued in a low voice. After all, your master was a rat in the gutter, how much better could you be compared to him? As soon as his words fell, several cold gleams of weapons were already slashing towards Kaito. Chapter 125, Chapter 125. Kaito was never one to be passive. Although the intel he received this time worried him, making him wonder if he was being used. Such as using him to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen, or utilizing his hands to eliminate these remnants of the root. However, after pondering, Kaito didn't think the chances were high, especially considering the information in the intel pointed directly at the Uchiha and the Anbu. For the intel to be effective, all of it would still require Hiruzen and his group's cooperation. Yet in Konoha's ninja clans, apart from Hiruzen's group, no one else knew what the specifics of his deal with Hiruzen would be. So, it's really important who delivered this intel. This matter has to be clarified. Who the informant is would indicate what kind of issue this is. But before that, Kaito was willing to do something. The hatred these remnants of the root harbored for Kaito was easy to imagine. After all, Kaito was the one who had personally destroyed their home, and had killed their master. Under such hatred, they didn't seek revenge from Kaito right away. Perhaps Hiruzen didn't want the matter to escalate further. But now, having received this intel, Kaito would naturally not sit and wait for his death, especially as these guys were extremely proficient at assassination. He wouldn't let them off. After all, they bore grudges against him. If the Anbu were to become his frontline adversaries in the future, Kaito might as well confront them now. If they really made a move, then Kaito would have an excuse to wipe them out altogether. If they didn't make a move, then Kaito would patiently wait and have someone monitor them, paying close attention to their every move. Luckily, their hatred had completely erupted, and they attacked Kaito without hesitation. To attack a clan leader, and a department head at that, nobody can protect you now. If the intel is true, what would be the situation if Hiruzen suddenly found you all dead when he wanted to use you to trouble me? Though it was a bit like startling the snake in the grass, he wouldn't let such a threat exist. Cold gleams swiftly aimed at Kaito, but at the moment they were about to hit him, his body slightly moved. Clang, clang, clang. His movements were incredibly subtle and quick. No one could see how he dodged, but those kunaus didn't touch him at all, they all struck the tree behind him. The next moment, Kaito's eyes had turned into crimson Sharingan. With a slight fluctuation of his chakra, his body shot out instantly. His ninja sword had been drawn, his crimson eyes slightly turned, and he was already in front of the first root ninja. Swish! Two shadows crossed. The next moment, the root ninja in front of Kaito flew backward. Amid high-speed movement, Kaito's ninja sword precisely grazed his neck. The rain of crimson blood sprinkled onto the pure white snow, making the earth seem exceptionally bewitching. At this moment, a root ninja beside him had already moved in for the kill. Silently, he leapt high, his shinobi blade fiercely swinging down at Kaito. With a gentle sweep of his eyes, Kaito had already determined the course of the attacker's strike. With a slight shift, he ingeniously avoided the attack. His right hand, gripping the ninja blade, stabbed out at a strange angle, instantly piercing the chest of the attacker. Nevertheless, this group of root ninjas still silently charged towards Kaito. They didn't seem to care about their comrade's death, nor were they affected by the havoc this man had caused in the root. These guys, they really don't fear death. Kaito murmured to himself. He had seen the fearlessness of the root before, but today, these guys seemed more resolute than those he had previously dispatched. This made him wonder if these people were the true elites at the core of root. To Kaito, the most vital members of an organization were not necessarily the most powerful. Rather, they were those with unbending will. With such people, their teachings could shape new recruits to possess the same qualities and resolve, enabling the organization to perpetuate its beliefs. Kaito recalled his past encounters with Root, where many members displayed fear and terror, unlike the reckless bravado of those before him now. Perhaps Danzo was too obsessed with power, and lost sight of the essential, hey. Watching as 3 Root ninjas leapt high into the sky, their long blades gleaming coldly as they swooped down at him, Kaito couldn't help but shake his head. The next moment, 3 blades simultaneously pierced Kaito's body, as if stabbing into thin air. In an instant, the pierced body of Kaito turned into a piece of wood. The 3 men had no time to react as blood gushed from their throats. They clutched at their throats subconsciously, but they couldn't stop the blood seeping through their fingers. Kaito didn't bother with how they were doing. At this moment, he kicked the ninja in front of him away, then grabbed a kunai that was shot at him. He then turned to dodge an attacking ninja and dispatched him with one stroke. At the same time, he pulled an explosive tag from his ninja tool pouch and attached it to the kunai. Half a second later, the kunai flew back to where it came from. With the sound of it piercing flesh, it buried itself in its original owner. Boom! Moments later, a harsh explosion echoed. Smoke, flames, and blood scattered all over the place. There were many Root ninjas, but Kaito was still able to handle them with ease, as if he could predict any attack. His speed was such that the Root ninjas couldn't keep up or catch him. They could only watch as Kaito, like a butterfly weaving through flowers, continuously reaped their companions' lives. This should be about enough, Kaito murmured to himself. From the beginning of the battle, he had only used physical techniques to see how well he now controlled his body. His encounter with Kakashi made him realize that, although he had improved significantly, his control was only average due to a lack of sufficient training. He'd devoted some time to mastering this skill, aware that possession doesn't guarantee mastery. It was like the multitude of knowledge he had acquired in school, forgotten if unused, but it could not be denied that he had indeed learned it. After this bout of combat, Kaito could essentially determine his grasp over his body was passable, indicating his training during this time was not in vain. Since that was the case, he didn't intend to prolong it. His purpose here was quite simple, to deal with these people entirely before Sarutobi Hiruzen could find them vexing him. Especially since they were the first to attack, Kaito felt no pressure in striking back. He couldn't believe that in this vicinity, there would be no Anbyo keeping watch. Activating the technique of Void Walk, Kaito in a flash stepped out of the range of the main forces of the Root Ninja. His eyes with the 3 Tomo rapidly spun, morphing into the state of Manjiki in the next instant. His body was swiftly brimming with a clear blue chakra, and in the next second, the chakra skeleton appeared. Kaito took a deep breath, immediately his chakra wildly surged, the azure skeletal giant suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant dozens of meters tall in a blink. Yet, this was not the end. Alongside the terrifying surge of chakra, an armor set with a Tengu helmet had already overlaid his body. The giant stood still, but an aura capable of destroying everything was sweeping the surroundings. The already chilly weather seemed to have plunged into an ice cave. Is this really a human? Facing this familiar scene, the Root Ninja, determined as steel, began to waver in the face of the colossal figure far more despairing than the last encounter. But they didn't voice their fears. They still charged silently at Kaito. For they knew, if they didn't do something, they would truly lose any chance of avenging their masters. Very brave indeed. Or perhaps blindly loyal, he said. Watching these Root Ninja, clearly resolved to die, Kaito calmly commanded the Susanoo to draw its ninja sword. The next instant, the sword swung fiercely with a gust of green chakra, terrifying chakra erupted like a flood in the entire forest. The terrifying blade swept up countless trees and even caused a massive crevice on the ground. Just like the sky falling, the earth sinking. At the edge of the forest, Several Enbu watched this in astonishment. This scene seemed familiar, but far beyond their memories. They were trembling. They couldn't imagine how they could resist such terrifying power. Is this really a human? Within Konoha's residential area, countless people put down their work. The ground's shaking made civilians worry about an earthquake. The ninjas, however, looked dumbfoundedly at the forest to the east. Obviously, they had realized this was no earthquake, but a battle beyond imagination. Sarutobi Hiruzen, busy with work in the Hokage's office, also stopped everything and looked out the window. The chakra was so strong that it was easy to identify who was fighting, but the intensity of the chakra made people's faces incredibly gloomy. Especially the eruption of chakra from this direction, which made him feel as if he realized something. Could it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, then stood up quickly. With a body flicker technique, he disappeared from the office. // If you are interested, you can get early chapters on my Patreon, patreon.com/softcrow.